Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line. Our next available operator will be with you shortly. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We can shut that off. I'm just kidding. We can shut that off. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. It is not like super ridiculously warm in here today, so that's good. So, how's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Did you guys, just real quick, real space thing real quick before we start up, what are we on? Part 29 for the crew cab charger? Part 29. The Axiom docking was this morning, and I unfortunately had to take the dog for a walk. Titan was going stir crazy because it's funny because he doesn't like being in the hot. Like, we tried to take him for a walk when it was hot over the last couple of days, so just go right back inside. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. It's too hot. I'm like, yeah, I know. So I had to go do that, right? And yeah, I missed the docking. The dog he wouldn't be quiet, so want to take Titan for a walk. But anyway, did you guys see the new telemetry that SpaceX has? Take a look. They have a dragon icon here that shows which thrusters are firing, which is really, really cool. Titan is smarter than EJ writes this down. Yep. Dog's pretty smart. That's really cool. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that later. But yeah, that's pretty neat. Anyway, on to cars. We got to finish what we were working on yesterday. I got to finish cleaning up the frame rails with the grinder so we can start prepping for the leaf spring perch to be in so we can finish at least one of these damn frame rails. They're really, yeah, that took a lot more time than I thought. I thought that patching the frame rails would be quicker. My inexperience in metal fabrication is showing here. Perhaps if I was better at that, we would have gotten it done quicker. But yeah, I would at least want to try to get one done. Go back to fixing the other side, right? Anyway, how are you guys doing? Tessa, what's going on? Cheer me up. Tell me what you thought of Cleater's vid. I retract my previous statement, dude. I thought that like listening to it yesterday at the end of the stream while playing Summer Car, I thought it was just like some small gas turbine or something. No. It's a T50, which is pretty cool. That's pretty neat. But T50s don't make a lot of horsepower, Tessa. They only make 300 horse. That's like a weak helicopter engine. That's designed for a small helicopter. You need like the T50 only makes 330 horse, right? The motor that I was talking to you about, a Lycoming T53, T53s make a little bit more power. That is a gas turbine from a Huey and a Cobra and a bunch of other things. That makes a lot more power. Like out of the box, it makes 700. And then if you get a newer one, it makes 1800 horse. That's the kind of turbine I would want. The T50 is almost a bolt-in for a car. And a T53 wouldn't be. They're about the same size, dude, believe it or not. The T53 is not a big engine. It's pretty small. And that one has this thing on it. I forget what that thing is. The gas turbine's over here. That it has this oh no. Yeah, no, yeah, no, it has that freaking thing. The compressor and everything in the turbines over here. But either way, yeah, whatever. Did you think frame rails would be this bad? Um, Dean, I knew the car was rusty. I knew this was going to be a challenge. I didn't think it would be this bad. No, I didn't think it'd be this bad, but I'm going to see it through. I mean, honestly, dude, I honestly at this point I would have just replaced, like, if I had started the Coronet now, knowing what I know, I would have just replaced the frame rails. I would have just bought new ones. Um the reason why is, like, it's just my inexperience as a seam welder, like doing a seam weld like that and welding upside down and welding sideways and forward and back. It's showing. And, like, don't get me wrong, the welds that we're doing are fine. Like, they're fine. I'd like to think that, if I was doing something like blatantly wrong, you guys would probably let me know. And you have, like, in case I do screw something up, and I do. Um so these welds are fine. It's just my inexperience in doing seam welds is showing. Um, like, I need more practice doing that, especially at weird angles. But I mean, whatever, it's fine. And just grinding and welding and grinding and welding and grinding and welding and basically treating welds like Bondo, where you have to put it on, sand it down, or grind it down, and then put it on again, grind it down to get a nice flush surface. I mean, that works. That's a way to do things, but I'm pretty sure that that's the wrong way to do things. I mean, it's not the wrong way. It's just another way. That's not the quickest way. The quickest way would have been just welding new frame rails in. And I'm fairly confident that I probably could have got that right at this point in time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I could have just. I was afraid to do it because I was like, oh, I won't get the jig right. I can't, we won't get anything squared. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be squared right. The car will never go down the road correctly. No, not really. What we could have done is just use one of the frame rails as a datum for the other frame rail, right? I didn't think about this. We could have replaced the one that was really bad, right? The driver's side. Replace that one first. Use the other one as a datum to make sure to measure against it. Zap that one in, and now that we know that that one's perfect, then go replace the other one, right? Like, that would be the right way to do that. And then the leaf spring purchase and everything else would have basically just fallen into place. Um, yeah. So, like, did I think it would be this bad? No. What the right move would have been to replace that. And to be fair, people in chat did say that. There was people that were like, dude, just replace them. And I was like, no, I'm not sure I can. And the reality is that if you can do the seam welds, the type of seam welding that we're doing, if you can do that, like, I repaired a frame rail by basically just lapping seam welds on top of each other. With backing with the 1/8" plate. That frame rail is way stronger than it needs to be now. The driver's side frame rail is super strong. That's not going anywhere. Right? Like, it's not. So, that's a way to do it. That's a tedious way to do it, but if you don't want to replace the frame rails, that's a way to go. And don't get me wrong, like, can't see me. You're saying hindsight is 2020. Don't not dwelling on it. No. I'm not dwelling on it. It's a learning experience. If I get another B body in the future, I'm just replacing the frame rails. I know how to do that. We can do that. Hopefully by that time I can get a jig and make it even easier. Tolerance is involved. Yeah, once again, 1/4" tolerance. We could have done that. I could have gotten that right. It's just my inexperience showed at the time. The next one will do even better. But, this car, I said when we first did this project, this is a project to learn. Don't get me wrong, I don't want it to be unsafe going down the road, but it's a way to learn, and that's what we're doing. And it gets me practice doing actual seam welds for when I'm, if I need to do that in the future. Think of it as a learning experience. Dude, Dean, if you go back to part 1 of this series, that's basically what I said. I know this car is too far gone. I want to figure out what too far gone actually means. Turns out there's really no such thing as too far gone. You could repair anything, right? It's not something I didn't know, but I wanted the experience in this matter. Because everybody says, oh, that's too far gone. It'll take too much time. But does anybody actually have the hands-on experience trying to actually repair a car that's too far gone? No. Now I have that experience. I know what something that, like, I know what it would take to fix a car that's too far gone. And that's kind of the intention here. The intention is that, you know, we're not walking into a 69 Charger for short money. That's not a thing. We could walk into a 69 Charger that's too far gone for short money. See where I'm going with this? That was kind of the point. A full one, that'll really stand it up. Yeah. Anyway, Tesla, yeah, that Camaro is pretty sick, dude. That work is... Cleater and his boys ain't lying. The mechanical wizardry that they got to get that thing to jive well, being in a vehicle, is actually pretty damn cool. That's aerospace. That's aerospace engineering. That's ultimately where I want to get. That's what I want to get to. I want to be able to do stuff like that. Personally, no, but my 73 Volvo 1800 looks a lot worse than your car. Yeah. So yeah, cooler temps so far. Yeah, it's 72 degrees in here instead of 89. 72 degrees at 50% humidity in the shop. Delic finished product good. Yeah, that's ultimately the level of skill that I want to get to, Tessa, to be able to build cool stuff like that. The way I see it in my mind is, and this, I understand this is a roundabout way to do this. The way I see it in my mind is that if I could make something like that, if and when I pull the trigger on getting into high-powered rocketry, we'll do it right the first time, you know? People have repaired World War II airplanes that were found in the jungle. Yeah, nothing is too far gone. You can fix whatever if you have the time and money to do it. That's the real truth. But I can't help but think that people consign cars to the junkyard or the scrap heap like too easily. Like we're getting to the point where there's not a lot of these old cars left. I mean, by a lot, I mean like out of the million that they made, like half of them are gone, right? They're not getting more plentiful. That's what I'm telling you. Like the days of finding a 69 Charger in somebody's barn is not gonna, that's few and far between nowadays. When I was growing up like 20 years ago, barn finds were everywhere, like really nice cars too. Will you stream the SRB test? Yeah. Isn't it it's not, isn't it in like an hour or something, or 2 hours? June 26th, we're test firing the BOLE booster. Yeah, we got an hour. Let's go for an hour out in the shop, and then, yeah, we'll go from there. Yak is in promontory to cover. Cool. Comes to a 69 Charger, I strip bare shells with nothing more than a freaking bin number. I've seen bare shells sell for 10K. That market is insane. Ian, that is my exact reason for this car. Dude, as much as I want to say that streaming is some crazy job that's made me millions of dollars, it's not. It's just another job. Like, I'm not, you know, streaming is a service job, whether you guys want to hear that or not. It's a service job. You know, like working in a restaurant. Some restaurants make millions of dollars. Other ones are just make enough to live off of. And that's fine. I'm cool with that. Like, that's fine. It's totally okay. I've liked how my career has progressed. I'm happy with it, right? You know, and you guys have been very generous, obviously. Like, there's I think you give me more than I deserve, but that's another story. We're not doing that. The point is that I can't spend money on a 69 Charger. I can spend money on a 4-door. And I got time. We're good. I got plenty of time. We got the stream, right? So it makes sense for me to actually fix this car. Put $5,000 worth of panels and work into this thing. You have a really nice car. I mean, guys, this is, even though I'm doing like essentially a restoration at this point, I'm not into this very far. The budget for this car is really not more than like $5,000, maybe. Vin, entertainment. Don't forget to tip your waitress. Yep. Is this stream going to be you watching the Electron launch? Yeah, we'll cover the launches and the SRB test. Some people don't have 20, 30 years. That's the word. Yeah, right. Totally get it. That's why I have a fleet of Triumph cars along with the Volvo. There you go, man. You know, we're getting into 1960s cars, not muscle cars, but we'll make it one. Wasn't designed to do that, but the underpinnings are the same. We can make it do that. I don't give a frick if it has 4 doors. I'm gonna have a late 60s Chrysler product to drive around. And we're the budget for this project, like even all the work that I've done to it over the years, including the sale price back then, even taking into account inflation, I'm probably in this car maybe $6,000 at best. It's just the time. Speaking of that, let's go. Let's roll. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Okay. Hopefully no sweat drips on this today. How's the sync? Are we good? Hey, Rarest, what's going on? Horrid, 1 second delay. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Good. All right. We are A-okay, and it's not really, really warm in here. So I don't have to worry about getting heat stroke. Which, yeah, that would be preferable. All right, we're gonna basically pick up right where we left off, dudes. Are the cameras still working? Vivitar, you working? Welding cam, yep. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna pick up right where we left off. We got to get the grinder out. I did finish the welding. We did weld that up. Let me switch to the other camera. I wish the Vivitar wasn't working. Yeah, I know what you mean. So we did get all of our patches in here, and it is welded up real nice. These, for just stitch welding this actually came out pretty good. It's definitely not going anywhere, that's for sure. But the problem now is that we got to get up in here. Well, it's not a problem. It's just something we got to do. Let me get the light for you guys. Where did it go? Dude, I forgot to charge everything yesterday because, yeah, I didn't feel good and I had to go to the bathroom. I was speeding because I had to poop.
So we just got to get at all this. If you look like all up in here, we got to grind this down flat, and then we got to grind this surface, the bottom of the frame rail flange. I got to grind that flat too. Get this all nice and flush, and then I have to do some kind of, hang on, I got a piece of metal stuck in my finger already. Here we go. I got to do some work on the back of the frame rail back here. All the welding that I did kind of bent it out. It goes out a little bit. We got to try to hammer that thing more or less flat. I tried to move it with the wrench and ended up tearing the metal, which is not great. So made more work for myself, but that's okay. That's this project in a nutshell. So yeah, let's, our new patch panel that we put in though did come out really nice. We just got to get this all nice and flush, and then we got to grind this smooth, and we got to get under there, grind that out nice. Yeah, pretty good. This panel came in real good. I didn't mind doing those stitch welds. We were actually, despite the heat, we were on with the welder yesterday, which was nice. Oh, the ring. Yeah, I'll put the ring in the aux box. You put the Vigo in the art room. In the art room. Okay. Okay, ring is in the aux box. Oh man, this thing smells like a wet dog. This welding jacket smells terrible. It smells like wet dog. Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. Smells like testosterone. We did do work yesterday. You know, in hindsight, trying to work on this yesterday was a dumb idea. That was a dumb idea. You know, I didn't work on the car on Tuesday because it was way too hot. And, you know, Wednesday was pretty much the same weather. I don't really understand why I was like, yes, this is a good idea. Does Titan have a bed? What prompted that question, Pigeon? Yeah, he has a bed. He doesn't use it. He sleeps on me. I told you, shouldn't you be doing this at night? Yeah. Yeah, that would have been the smart thing to do, but yeah, whatever. Well, you learn. It is nice here today. It's a little bit overcast, so overcast, cloudy. I mean, it's still humid. It smells like wet, decaying plant matter outside. Wet, decaying biomass. But yeah, all right, let's But Titan's butt on your face is more comfy than some stupid bed. Yeah, that's like the one scenario where I will move him. I don't need a dog's butt in my face when I'm sleeping. I don't mind if he puts his head on me, Element, but yeah, he does try to do that. And that's like big, get away from me, you know? Hey, Couchy, what's going on? Just got back from a hike, and woo, welding time. Yep, let's do it. We actually got to get that grinding wheel going. See all that slop? We got to get rid of that. We got to get rid of that slop. But that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, I have the cutting wheel on the grinder right now. We got to switch that off and let's get the grinder the grinder on here. Okie dokie. She good. Let me get my face shield on here. I don't need metal spitting in my face. Are we going to watch the BOLE test? What do you think, Pelly Joe? Do I look like the kind of melon farmer that wouldn't watch an SRB go off? Good. I didn't think so. Got to clean this damn thing. All right. So let's, before those tests, let's get some work done. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move you guys just a smidge off to the side so I can get in here. All right. What we really need to do is get up there and in the kind of armpit of the frame rail. We got to fix that. But anyway, guys, this thing is super loud. So headphone users, 10-second warning. How's that looking? Yeah, not bad. I'm gonna lower you guys. I'm gonna lower that tripod a little bit, so you guys can actually get kind of an underside shot. There we go. See, lower you down just a little bit. The welding shield is still on there, but yeah, that should be good. Gotta really get up in the armpit there. The reason why I got to get up in here and grind this down is because when we go to attach the frame rail flange, it needs to kind of butt up against the top here, and I can't. That needs to be perfectly flush. Gotta move a little bit, gotta change position. All right, that's looking good up in there. That's looking better. I got to get these little boogers out of there. That should fit pretty well. Almost done. We've almost got this thing looking pretty damn respectable. I'm just going a little bit slower with the grinder here now because I don't want to blow through anywhere. But I don't think we will, but gotta be careful. We gotta be careful sticking the grinding wheel up in there. You don't want, if it gets caught or chipped or something, we're gonna have a bad day. Almost got it. We almost got all the boogies out. I found a little pinhole right there, but definitely almost there. Almost there. Yeah, I'm trying to look like up in there. Yeah, there's a couple of boogies. I'm gonna move the light in a position where we all can see better. Negative. It didn't go in. It just impacted on the surface. might need to get at this at a different angle. Gonna need to do a little bit of this. Good. Good. Got most of those boogies out of there. Couple more. There we go, I got it. There was a chunk over there. There's a big chunk missing. All right. Good. Good. How many degrees are you trapping in your garage today? 3, at least 3. All right. I think we got most of the boogies out. I'm gonna do it on the top here. Here, I'll give you guys a good view for that. Yeah. All right, we just got to get the boogies off the top. All right. Now do the welding test. Throw it on the floor to see if the welds break. No? There's a high spot right there. I wouldn't recommend touching this normally, but my finger's fine. It's fine. That's pretty flat. All right, cool. I'm gonna once over this just to make sure it's nice and good with the sander, just the palm sander. Make sure everything's nice and level. couple of holes there, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. Sick. Pretty good, man. Ah, wait a minute. We're not exactly right. There's a high spot right there. I see it. We'll get it. There we go. It's a little bumpy right there where I did my patches, but we're okay. I think the bumps are within tolerance. The bumps are within tolerance, comrade. What's my vision for the paint job after completing the crew cab? Are you leaning towards matching the original color? I would like to paint it the B3 blue. I think these cars look really sharp. This is called light blue metallic, or B3 would be the paint code. I think they look really good. Is the camera inside a welding helmet? A welding visor mask is taped to the front of the camera to make sure that sparks don't damage the lens, and so you guys can see the weld. That's why it looks like the Matrix. Color shifting paint job would be an incredible choice. I like the blue. It doesn't look like much right now because this is 56-year-old paint that has not been maintained. But this car with the chrome, with the stainless and the chrome, plus that shining blue, looks really nice. Desync again? That quickly? Man, we didn't get very far now, did we? I'm not seeing desync on my end. Okay. Hey, Raiden, what's going on, buddy? So yeah, Visionary, I like the blue. I think this blue, when it's buffed out, it looks real sharp. Looks really good. Yeah. I'm probably not going to paint it anytime soon. My goal right now, like this is our milestone, is to just get the car running and driving. Get the car back to being a good shell. We'll put the rust protection in where we want, but I'll drive around with this paint job for a little while. Probably paint it like next year or something. Everything you're doing is bad. I want you to know this. Patina for the win. Yeah, Sean, Patina's cool. I like it. The distressed look, though, like, okay, all right, I don't mind the distressed look. The patina, yeah, that's all cool. This car has some pretty cool patina on it, right? It's pretty neat. My thing is, dude, if this shell was intact, if it didn't have any rust on it, I would put a clear coat on this, call it a day. But, dude, we're basically doing a resto at this point. I'm restoring the stupid thing, right? Like, new trunk pan. We heavily repaired the frame rails to the point where they're not even like, we ship a Theseus to the frame rails, for Christ's sake, right? Like, leaf spring perches, rear cross member extensions, trunk extensions, trunk. This is going to need new quarters when it's done. It's going to need new rockers. It's basically a different car, right? I don't want to put all that effort in to not paint it, right? Like, that's my thing. If this was just a car that we picked up for short money and the shell was good, I'd throw a clear coat on it and call it a day. But because I'm putting so much time into this, I want it to be nice. Eventually, right? Eventually. Right now, Yeah. I mean, when we get the shell back together, the shell's nice and solid, you know, I wouldn't mind driving it around with patina. That doesn't bother me. Now, once again, the reason why is because I want to do all the work to the car. The last thing you do with a restoration is paint it. That's the last thing, right? And since I'm not doing a full frame off, right? Like, I mean, kind of are, but you know what I mean. Like, we're not doing a full rotisserie restoration with this thing, at least right now. Like, we still have other work to do. We're going to upgrade the brakes. We're going to upgrade the suspension eventually. We're going to upgrade the rear end. We're going to upgrade, you know, the radiator. We're going to do a bunch of work. We're going to put a different engine. I want to put the 5.7 Hemi in, right? Because we're doing all that, I don't want to have the car painted and then worry about scratching the paint when we're doing all this work on it. So it will stay like this for the time being. I'll probably clear coat patina it for a little while. Like, we'll get some shine juice. We'll get Vice Grip shine juice, and we'll just do that for now. For now. I do want to get it painted, though, eventually. But is the car male or female? And what is his or her government name? I don't know. It's a car. I don't know. I don't really assign genders to my car. Mr. Yak is on the BOLE stream. Cool. Mike, what's going on? T-storms this AM after 5 days in the 90s. Woohoo! Yeah, the rain. Yeah. It's always a she. I don't know. I don't really think about it like that. You know, like the General Lee is a dude, right? But, you know, 67 GT500 is Eleanor, right? So that's a girl. Like, I don't know. I don't really think about it that way. That's cool. I don't have any problems with it. Like, I don't know. It's just the crew cab Charger. And I don't think about cars like that. I don't know. I never really put too much thought into it. I know, well, then again, my 59 that's a guy. That's a boy. The 59's name is Freb, because I delivered pizzas in it. Freb can deliver pizzas like nobody's business. That's Freb. F-R-E-B, right? I don't know. I guess with time, maybe we'll figure it out. The GT500. She gives you trouble, so it's a she. Actually, this car has not put up a fight, to be honest, Techno. Dick. It hasn't put up a fight, to be honest with you. Like, anytime I've tried to do something, it hasn't been overtly hard to do. I mean, I even got one of the old leaf spring shackles off intact. That thing hasn't been touched in 56 years. You know? I got one of those things out intact. The other one, I was not patient enough to get it out in one thing, but it's got a cop motor, 440 cubic inch plant, cop tires, cop suspension, cop shocks, a model made before catalytic converters, so it'll run good on regular gas. It is blue. You almost fainted yesterday. Yeah. Are you thinking of renting out the truck to a small family at some point? The square footage is there. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. No, not with my 59. The 59's a single cab short box, dude. It's shorter than this thing. This thing, the trunk is a freaking apartment, though, Sean, right? Like, you could literally live in there. Anyway, all right. Let's check for fitment. And you sure? You okay? You sure? Because you just went through a wall. So what do you say? Is it the new Bluesmobile or what? Hey, Geek, I did say this yesterday. I will say it again. My the cigarette lighter in this car actually works. So, you know. Ooh, still a high spot right there. I stopped for a second because we were starting to put a lot of heat in. There's still a high spot right there. I got to get it out. There we go. Yeah. That should be good enough for the frame rails to accept it. And it looks like all the welds that we did were pretty damn good. It is, you know, especially with the patches that we put in. Very nice. Pretty happy with that. All right, let's sand it over, give it a nice finishing cool. Yeah, still a little bumpy. I might want to hammer and dolly this thing a little bit just to get it nice and square. But then again, a couple of waves here and there isn't going to hurt anything, especially if we coat it with steel it. I miss a few streams. Is this the piece you made yourself and then welded on? At the back, Raiden, yes. You traded the Bluesmobile for this? No, for a microphone. All right, I can see that. So one of the first things that we did was plate this, and then I put this piece on. So from here back, the frame rail is completely replaced. We ended up replacing a lot of parts here, Raiden, on this side at least. Yeah, I actually got to go on this on the side here. Basically, all here is replaced. That's the patch. We replaced some of the flange from about here to there. That's all been replaced. Yeah, we replaced a lot of this. All right, I think the sander is not good enough to get at some of this stuff up here. And I definitely have some seams here and there. I should probably hit this with the flapper disc, but we don't want to go hard on this. We don't want to hit it too hard with the flapper. Because, yeah, you don't want to blow through the metal at all. But this is kind of uneven from the grinding wheel. So I'm just going to go over it real quick with that flapper. And just give it a quick once over. Let me get my face mask out. Blend it with the flap. That's basically what I'm going to do, Geek. Yeah. Okay, face shield is on, hearing protection. Hey, headphone users, again, this thing is super loud. Look, it looks good, all new and shiny. Yep. Yep. See these little like ripples in it? You could see them, right? Like all up in here. I'm just going to smooth that out with a flap disc. Trying to smooth out all those ripples that we left with the grinding wheel. Looks like there's just a couple of, there's a couple of low points. Now the primer won't stick. I know. Give me a second. And it looks like there's a high spot up here. I'll go back over it with the sanding wheel in a second. There we go. That looks way better. Let's hit it with the sander again. Now there's still some spots around the seams where it's a little bumpy, but the leaf spring perch is going to be here. So as long as there's no pinholes, I'm okay with this. We should just coat this with etching primer and with the steel and we'll be fine. There we go. Don't make it too thin. It's the TISM. It really is. I learned how to do Bondo work, and for whatever reason, my mind is assigning welding to this. Yeah, as long as there's no pinholes, I don't care. I just got to keep telling myself that, or I'm going to sit here with the welder and try to patch everything. All right. I should probably, hang on, I got a flap disc up in here. Give me one sec. Aquamori, what's up? This is not how you use a flap disc. Alright, that's enough. I really can't take off anymore, so that's gonna have to do. Let's check for fitment. Let's check the leaf spring perch, see if it does it. Not going to use lead filler? No, I got a welder. Why would I use lead filler? I mean, that's old school. That's old school for Bondo work. I'm welding right now. I don't know how to braze stuff, dude. That's not really my area of expertise. Not that any of this is, but. Fellas, that actually fits pretty friggin' good. It's actually not bad. Here. You've been Vivitard. Get Vivitard, nerd. See this? Sometimes these tabs get a little bent in shipping and you gotta finagle them a little bit to get it right. I'm satisfied with this. It's pretty good. All right. Now that I'm good with the fitment for this, what we need to do is I need to get the EDP off, and we got to drill some holes in this so we could plug weld it. I am going to drill holes in the frame rail, believe it or not, through the nice stuff that we just put in. I'm going to drill a couple of holes. The 2 holes in the front are already there, but I got to drill 2 more holes, and we'll plug weld to this flange right here. We'll do 2 plug welds there, 2 plug welds there, 1 there, 2 there, 1 here, and 1 there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But if we're going to plug weld to this, I need to make sure that, see the black paint, the electro-coated primer that this comes in, I have to make sure that that's not conductive. You can't weld through this, so you won't get a good weld. So I got to sand this down, and I got to hit it with steel it. Hitting it with steel it, you know, ideally I would want this bare metal, but once it's tacked in there, I'm not going to be able to get at this. So I'm going to coat these flanges, 1 and 2, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 actually. I'm going to coat them in steel it, like just this part, this part, this part, this part. This one we're going to plug weld through. So we should probably get the bottom of these tabs just to make sure. Actually, we probably don't need to. We probably just drill the holes like what we did with the other one. So we're going to need to sand some of this paint off here. So that's what I'll do. That's why you've been Vivitard, because that's a good camera to do it. So actually what we should do is paint the frame rail while we're prepping this piece. Let's hit it with the primer and go from there. Let me get my steel it out. Steel it is weld through primer. It's weld through primer, and yeah, you put it on unprotected metal that you're not going to be able to get at, and even though it is primer, it'll protect it. I saw you had back pain a few days ago. Susan, I had to hang upside down on an inversion table basically all weekend, and whatever I did when I was moving around, I knocked whatever I did back there. I have no back pain. So either I damaged it to the point where the nerves are like destroyed and I can't feel the pain or anything, or I actually knocked it back into alignment. I can move just fine now. Like, if I tried to do that a week ago, like put my foot up there, I would have died. So basically a win-win. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but yeah, we should drill those holes first. That's a good idea. We got to drill the holes, and then we got to prep the surface. And then I do believe I need to get at the bottom with the grinder because some of the residue from the original spot welds are still there, where the original leaf spring perch was on there. So don't push yourself too hard now. I learned the hard way yesterday that I will not make that mistake again. So I just kind of have to get at the bottom here and just kind of flap down where the leaf spring perch mounts. Okay, now we got to do that up here. Okay, now I'm gonna hit those with the sander, get them to etch so we can put the primer on. It helps if you etch the metal. For the primer to adhere. There we go. Okay. All right. Now what I got to do is we got to drill 2 holes there for the thing to line up. There are holes on the back of the frame rail here where the original spot welder would have gone through. I'm just going to use those with the drill, and we will drill 2 holes right through that. Not to interrupt, but we're going to cover BLE. It looks like it's at 1 p.m. Yes, if it's at 1:30, we'll switch back into the shop at 1, or switch out of the shop at 1. Okay? Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, I want to get this at least mocked up before that. Sorry, don't worry about it, Fluffy. It's all good. What's BOLE? Booster Obsolescence and Life Extension Program. Carbon Composite SRB Test. 5-segment SLS Composite SRB Test from Northrop Grumman. Yeah, we will cover that. That's gonna be pretty sick, considering the last time they tested one of these, it exploded. That was pretty fun. We'll cover it again. Hopefully it doesn't pop. Where the heck is... Oh boy. I was gonna say, where the heck is the drill bit that I was using to drill the spots? Oh, there it is. I found it. Funny, I used it on the drill press to drill the holes. That's weird, right? It's funny how that works. Okay. Tightening it on the chuck. Where's my tap magic? There's the tap magic. Okay. So, tap magic is cutting fluid. I use it to keep the, sorry, I'm undoing cables and my brain just went scrambled for a second. I use it to keep the drill bit cool so you don't break it. You introduce too much heat into the bit, it'll get mad at you and break. Okay. Really, Sun Temple, nice. That's the Vulcan Sim SRM, right? No, SLS. That was the Omega booster that popped and not BOLE. What do you think the BOLE is? Why do you think Northrop Grumman was developing, Omega? And where do you think, actually, let me rephrase that, dude. Where do you think Northrop Grumman got the money to finance Omega? Actually, that's not the right way to say any of that. So here's what happened. Northrop Grumman proposed the Omega for the National Security Space Launch Missions, NSSL. They proposed it for that, right? Right? They got a $500 million contract, Phase 1, NSSL, National Security Space Launch Phase 1 Launch Services Agreement. They got $500 million to develop carbon composite SRBs, right? Then they didn't get a contract from the Space Force, so they canceled the Omega program. And then right after that, they got the contract for BOLE, Booster Obsolescence and Life Expectancy, carbon composite casing SRBs, which are the same thing as Omega. They're the same thing. So they basically milked the Space Force for $500 million to make the BOLE boosters from NASA and pocketed the profits. Pretty good business move if you ask me. So, you know, that test was for Omega, sure, and it was only a 2-segment booster. But Omega and BOLE are the same thing, same boosters. It's the same parts. Don't forget to drink. Only on Fridays. No, I get it. I'll get a thing of water. Does that make sense, dude? So, yeah, some pretty smart move by Northrop Grumman. What wasn't smart in my mind, and I guess this is hindsight 2020, is stopping Omega development, getting rid of Omega development for Antares. They didn't get the Omega contract, so they canceled that rocket, which was way more capable than Antares, and much more, could potentially be much more profitable in a launch market for future NSSL contracts. They canceled that completely and said, no, we'll go with Antares. We'll just keep flying Antares 230 plus. That was in 2020. You know, Antares 230 plus, the rocket with a Ukrainian first stage and Russian rocket engines in the first stage as well. Whoops. I said that was a dumb idea, sticking with Antares at the time, and my reasoning for that at the time was, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you not want a more capable launch vehicle that basically the Air Force already paid for? Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? Sticking with Antares is ridiculous. That is just hindering your launch capability and potentially closing the door on profits over the next 10 years big time. And they should have stuck with Omega, right? Because there's no way that NSSL wasn't going to get bigger. I said that was a stupid idea. And that was a profit bottom dollar decision from Northrop Grumman. And, you know, once again, it's their company, whatever. They probably know more about this than I do, right? But also at the same time, 2 years later, guess what? The supply chain for your motors and the supply chain for your first stage for Antares went kaput. So then they ended up having to spend more money by basically hiring Firefly to make those parts for them instead. And that's how we got MLV, the Eclipse rocket. If Northrop Grumman had just followed through with making Omega, right, they wouldn't have had to have paid Firefly to do it. And it's very clear that from the Lane 1, Lane 2, and Lane 3 NSSL contract, so NSSL Phase 3, Lane 1, 2, and 3, that there's a lot of Department of Defense money to go around. So, yeah, kind of a short-sighted decision from Northrop Grumman that did come back to bite them. Considering Omega was already engineered and the launch pad was already being built. The next ULA Vulcan mission, well, they're stacking a Vulcan right now. They're stacking a Vulcan right now for the next mission off Pad 41 is a national security mission, if I'm remembering right. Actually, it's a Space Force mission, to be very technical. It's SF-106, I think, the USSF-106, I think is the name of that mission. But anyway, I don't know. What do I know, dude? Usually, building a bigger rocket is usually better. But there's been a few times in history where it wasn't. Oh no.
What happens when the moon's hair gets too long? Eclipse it.
I'm getting back to work. Hey, Space Pope, how are you? No, Wrath, thank you, I guess. Boo. You suck. All right. So I need to get in here to get at the drill because we need to drill 2 holes here and here. But I have basically the marks for them, but I need to punch. We need to punch them. You know, give us this or we'll punch you. All right, here. You know what? I can give you guys a better view. All right, so we got to drill 2 holes through there. Give us this day our daily weld, and forgive our grinding gore. All right, get the punch out. So when you're drilling holes, dudes, you have to, it's good to give the drill bit kind of a guide hole to go off of. Okay. So I have this thing, it's called a punch. It's just basically a sharp metal pointy thing. So what we're gonna do is center that, because there's holes right here for the spot welder, for the original spot welder. And then we're gonna need a hammer that I forgot to get. It's just over there. And then we'll hammer right through. Or I might be able to just, no, that's not gonna work. We'll get the brass hammer, boop, boop, that funky whammer. Hang on, we really gotta. Okay. There we go. Got a good punch mark there. And then. Now it wasn't centered, idiot. Okay. That gave us a good mark. I'm gonna have to hit this one more time. There's the centering bit, right? There we go. There we go. I got a good mark for that thing to pick up on. So now that there's a little indentation there, it's going to be easier for the drill bit to pick up on that and go. Ah, man, I see a pinhole right there. How did I not get that on here? All right, well, whatever. All right, give me my light. Tap magic. That's one. And two. There we go. Done. Yeah, I noticed there's a little pinhole right there. I can see it from the back side. I'll zap that in. I don't care how the back of this looks. But the front side, I mean, I technically don't care how the front looks either. But this needs to be flat so we can put this on there. Anyway, all right. You guys are gonna go back around over here. Hang on, cord's tangled. See the two holes right there and there. We're going to need to file these. See them? There's two holes there, and then there's two right here. Oh, you guys can't see that. See? And we will plug weld through. These are kind of elevated a little bit, and this is kind of wavy. I might want to just hammer this out and smooth it, but you know, if it's covered in steelite and the flange plate is covered in steelite, and then we plug back through, I ain't gonna worry about it. Should be okay. All right, so I just want to make sure, yeah, you guys got all that. All right, excellent. Cool. Hang on, dudes, real quick. I got metal shavings in my shirt, and it's itchy. Give me one moment. Just gotta shake this out outside real quick. Okay, I'm back. Why not get the parts and do it properly, trying to cover it up? What? Susan, what parts are you referring to? Like, I don't understand what that means. What parts? If I want to replace this part, you're taking the entire car apart. I don't want to do that. That probably would have been easier in hindsight, but we're like 90% of the way through this already, so let's just roll with it. But yeah, I got a bunch of parts to replace this. But there's some parts that I require basically taking the entire car apart, you know? I don't want to do that. I mean, I probably could have replaced the frame rail at this point. I was talking about this earlier. I probably could have, probably should have. But I didn't think I could do it. But after doing all this, yeah, no, I could have gotten that done. Whatever. Next car we restore, I'll do that. Those ones are all set. All right, now where's my other file? Where's my flat file? There it is. Trying to get rid of the burr. we go. Cool. But yeah, like I could have replaced this part, but probably should have at this point. But we're, like I said, we're pretty much done with this. This part is about to be brand new. Oh yeah. One thing I want to do is for these tabs, the tabs that I put on the frame rail flange, if you look at them from the top down, right, they're all kind of, there's a little bit more material here. I did that with this piece back here too. What I want to do is take the cutoff wheel and make it nice and straight to make it look good. That is a very much a TISM thing, dudes. It doesn't really matter. We'd be fine welding this surface, but I want to do that. I'm going to cut that thing. I'm going to hit it with a cutting wheel. We'll make it nice and straight. Make it look, you know, factory. Okay, I'm gonna do that now, and maybe, yeah, no, this should be all fine. It's a little bit elevated right here, but that's okay. I gotta get my hearing protection back. You also learned a lot doing it this way. Now that you know how to do it the other way. Yeah, exactly. So, Susan, what you say, some of it was welding. It's easier to get the parts or get same car, not much rusty on them. Yes, I know. I know that that's the right way to do things. I'm trying to learn. So I'm trying to brush up on welding skills. So some of the decisions to fix the car in the way that we did are a little bit unorthodox because I'm trying to learn. You know, like I wanted this seat time on the welder and the grinder. I know the proper way to restore one of these. The proper way is to just replace it, but I don't want to do that. All right, let's zap this thing, man. Okay, just a little bit more. Freehand, no guide rail? Yeah, it's fine, dude. Yeah, I indented it just a little bit there, but that's okay. It's fine. There we go. Good. Good. Perfect. That's fine. Once he finishes driving on the road, we'll get rusty again. Susan, I'll be honest. I don't know what you really want. What do you want from me? What do you want? What do you want? Like, what are you trying to say? I know. Replacing the frame rail is easier. I get it. I'm not sure what you want. Like, I agreed with you, and you're still disagreeing with me. I know. I get it. I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me. Like, what do you want? I don't get it. Like, what's the point you're trying to illustrate? I already said you were right. I don't get it. Yeah, I gotta bend this back piece in a little bit, but that's okay. I'm gonna coat the hell out of this thing with paint, like paint and primer and rust converter. This should be fine. This ain't going anywhere. This is all patched. It's really, really strong. It's dude. If that breaks, the freaking car has gotten into an accident. You know, God forbid. All right, I got it. There's still a little bit of a burr right there. Like I just don't understand what you're trying to get at. Like I already agreed. I said you were correct. The right way to do this would have been replacing the frame rails. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to patch them. And while it was a little bit more tedious, it's fine. This is perfectly acceptable fix here. You're like, look at this. This is strong. It ain't going nowhere. Killer. I'm actually super happy with this. It's pretty good. All right. Let me, let's get the steel it out. Actually, we got to clean it. Got to clean this sucker first. Let me get the brake clean. The brake clean? Where is my brake clean? Guys, have you seen my brake clean? Oh, there it is. I see it. It's in the spot where I put it. It's weird. That one's empty. Why do I put empty cans back on the shelf? What am I doing? Oh, I found it. It's over here. All right, so I'm just going to get a rag, hit this thing with brake clean, just clean it off, get all the metal shavings out of it. I should probably vacuum in the frame rail channel too. You know what? I'll do that first. Hey, Rhino. What's going on, man? It's pretty hot in these rhinos. Okie dokie. Let me check chat real quick. The vehicle is over 50 years old and is worth it to do all the work. The engine didn't sound right last time. What the hell does the engine have to do with frame rails? What are you talking about? Okay, I'm just going to keep going and doing what I'm doing, okay? All right. I just don't, I mean, I don't get it. You know, the 318, you said the 318 isn't running right, but I'm not sure, you may have missed the part where I said I'm just trying to get it running so the car can move so I can back it in so I can do this. That's not the motor that's going to be in the car when it's done. I'm going to swap the motor. Like, so it's not that big of a deal. I will still fix the 318 because why not, right? But that's not what I was doing at the time. I needed the car to be able to move so I could back it in because I don't feel like pushing this thing around. Like, I'm not, once again, I'm not 100% sure what that has to do with frame rails, but okay. What we've done here is stronger than the factory. Stronger. That is, it's backplated. It's way stronger than the original frame rail. And it will last, basically because I slathered a bunch of weld on this thing. It's gonna last. It's not gonna rust, especially if I coat it up with paint. So that argument's out the door. So once again, Susan, would the correct thing to do have been replace the frame rail? Yes. Yes. I was not confident in my ability to do that at the time. I didn't think I could do it right. But we've already fixed the frame rail. It's fine. The amount of time I put into this, it's fine. It's okay. It's not rusting. It's not rusting anymore, that's for sure. We cut out all of the rust. So, once again, I don't know what you're getting at other than, you know, oh, well, you got to do it right, boy. And, well, I don't necessarily disagree with that. That's not how it works in the real world all the time. This fix is perfectly fine. I am confident in this. I'm willing to drive this car 70 miles an hour down the highway with these frame rails. They're fine. Like, so once again, like, I don't know what you're getting at. Like, I'm agreeing with you, and you're still disagreeing with me. So that's the last thing I'm saying about it, okay? I have work to do. Let me clean this off now that we vacuumed everything out, and we'll go. All right, she's nice and clean, and the back of the frame rail, guys, I still got to do some work. We're gonna have to, I have to weld a tab onto the back of this, but that's, I mean, we'll still coat it and steel it. It should be fine. You look a little green, Kappa. You must be watching yesterday's VOD. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just get the underside. There we go. Done. Cool. Hey, Surat, what's up? I got some of this Steal-It on me. I gotta spray this upside down. There we go. I hate that when you put your finger a little too forward and some of the paint gets on it. These matrix welding videos are neat. EJ and Kermit the Frog would get along. Do you guys want me to take the welding filter off now that we're not welding? Is that what you're trying to tell me, or like, is that what you're trying to say? Take the damn welding filter off? Because yeah, I'm not really understanding what you're putting down there, guy. You think that's air you're breathing now? Down, 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 down. Make it look bad. All right, so what I'll do now is we will get, what time is it? 1:04. Wait, it's not green? No. I'm just going to grind some of the EDP off this, and we'll grind it off here, 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 and here, and we will get this part ready, hit it with Steal-It, and then we'll cover BOLE. So first thing I got to do is this. Just get this here like that. Okay, that's one edge. Being a little stubborn. I think this sandpaper pad is starting to go, dudes. Oh no, it's working. Rocket Lab is online. Oh, really? Damn. On screen. All right. Let me get the paint on this thing first, dudes. Yeah. Rocket Lab and Boley? Yep. Yeah, man. I got to drill the holes in this damn thing. That's the problem. And when I drill the holes, I'm going to have to paint it anyway. But you know what? We'll do that in a second. I'm going to put this in my paint booth. We'll hit it with some Steel It. And let's watch some rockets, baby. Oh, don't blow it into the fan. Cool. Good. All right, let's see what we got. So, gonna take a quick pause in rocket or car activities to watch some rockets go off.
Constellation operator Hawkeye 360.
17 minutes on Electron there.
It's 5:10 a.m. with liftoff of our 67th Electron rocket, scheduled to take place on the dot at 5:20 a.m. local time. Or
I might have to do this a little bit of a weird way, guys. I might have to. Actually, you know what? It's gonna double play the sound. Did you hear the echo? That's no good. Can't do that. So let's we'll go in the office real quick. All right. Delay for BLE at T-minus 49. Dude, we're gonna be covering this stupid stuff all day. I'm never getting anything done. All right. I'm gonna go into the shop, or out of the shop. We're gonna go into the office. I don't like doing that with dirty hands, but I don't have a choice. FYI, if you turn the rattle can upside down, you can clear the nozzle so it won't clog up. I did that, Shy. I just did that a second ago. Thanks, man. But yeah, did you not see me do it? Maybe it was out of shot. All right. I will be back in a moment. I'm going to go into the One over there.
Okay. All right. So we might be here for a bit. So between the Electron mission and the BOLEs, so I'm actually going to stop the YouTube VOD, and we will label this as 29.1. Save that VOD out with that title. We'll jog the YouTube, and I'll switch over for Rocket Lab and BOLE coverage. We'll key it in as Space and Rocket Review for the day, part 1, because we got a lot of rocket stuff going on. So, stand by for a momentary loss of signal on the YouTube side of things. I will be back momentarily. Okay. Welcome to the EJ's Rocket Launch and Rocket Testing Review. So we got two things going on here today. This is the 26th of June, 2025. We got two events happening. We got the rocket launch, get the heck out of here, launch, and then we have Northrop Grumman's booster obsolescence and life extension program. It's an SRB test fire that should be happening soon. The first thing that's teed up here is the Rocket Lab launch. We're at T-minus 11 minutes and 13 seconds, and we will key the audio right in here.
There you have it. We are a go for today's Electron launch, and the countdown continues. We are on track for an on-time liftoff at 5:28 a.m. local time, still well before sunrise here in New Zealand. And we've got 2 T0 opportunities today, so if there's a delay for any reason in the remaining minutes to launch, then we've got a second chance to try again later in the launch window. So far, though, no watch items for the rocket, payload, or range clearance, so we are tracking nicely to schedule for an on-time liftoff.
Okay, so this is the Get the Hawk Out of Here launch. It is launching a Hawkeye 360 cluster number 12. Hawkeye 360 is a part of a bigger satellite constellation. It's 15 satellites in 5 different orbits. 5 shells is what they're called. Aims to deliver precise mapping of radio frequency emissions anywhere in the world. There's 3 of them for this shell. Yeah, we got 15 satellites total, 5 shells, 3 shells per. Total payload mass is about 90 kilos. That's about 200 pounds of 3 satellites. There's also the Kestrel 0A demonstration mission. It's another one of Hawkeye 360's new spacecraft design. So Kestrel 0A differs from previous satellites in that it has an 8U CubeSat form factor, so it's a little bigger, actually, than the other ones. If I'm reading that right. And we'll have an Iridium satellite transceiver for communications between the satellite and the ground network via the Iridium constellation. That one is 15 kilos, or about like 35 pounds. So yeah, looks like they're launching out of LC-1A at the Mahia Peninsula in New Zealand. And it is their 9th flight of 2025. That's pretty good, man.
That all have to come together.
My name is Anita Becerra, and I'm the Senior Supervisor of Space Systems Production. I have a highly skilled team that allows us to produce spacecraft at scale. What's great about Rocket Lab is that everything is made.
We can't listen to this. It'll mute. Anyone's B-roll footage always mutes the VOD. Those numbers are pretty good, man. Yep. 9th mission of 2025, 67th mission total. Rocket Lab is scaling. It's pretty good. Slowly but surely, they're getting there.
Spacecrafts leave our building.
All right. See, Rocket Lab is also positioning themselves as basically what, like the automobile industry equivalent of a AAA manufacturer. They make satellites, they make bespoke satellites, they make one-off parts, and they're supplying them to other companies that need them, like re-entry capsules from BARDA, for instance. Control moment gyros, thrusters, all kinds of stuff to be able to bring the cost down of making satellites, so more people can launch on their rockets. Even then, Rocket Lab doesn't need, even if you're using Rocket Lab parts, though, that doesn't mean you need to launch on their rockets. They make parts for everything, all different types of satellites that have launched on all different types of rockets. It's actually super cool. Really, really good manufacturing pornography going on here. Hey, Stevio, what's up? I hate that because this is like free advertising for them. You'd think they would want as many people to replay the video as possible. Didn't Blue Ghost have Rocket Lab parts on it? Yes, Goatman, it did. Also, don't forget to do the ads. Yeah, we'll run pre-roll ads. We'll do an ad break now on Twitch, so nobody gets pre-roll ads during the launch. I hate running ads, but it would suck even more to get it right in the middle of a damn rocket launch. Now on YouTube, I don't have control over that, so if you get an ad during it, I'm sorry. It's not Rocket Lab that claims the music. They've licensed it from a third party, and they have permission. They paid for the license for it, but I didn't. So, even though you could argue that their background music is transformative, right? That's not how the music industry works. So, it's fine. It's not worth arguing. We can watch this video later. Or I'll watch it and convey everything that he's saying to you. Yeah, there you go, Dan. Here, you know what? I can mute it and I'll just say what he's saying. And right when I did that, they shut it off.
Very cool. And as you saw, lots of spacecraft and hardware with
Oh, yeah, it was really good.
logos on them. Even the satellites on today's mission will be deployed from a motorized light band separation.
Ship watching, hello. Should you go touch grass immediately?
To safely and reliably patch the satellite from the rocket in space. Now, we
Yeah,
are at
sure.
T-minus 4 minutes, 43 seconds and counting on the clock, which means we are heading into the final moments before liftoff to get the Hawk out of here. Here's how those final few minutes are expected to play out. So first up, at T-minus 2 minutes, you'll hear the call that Electron is on internal power. And this means Electron is now running on its own power supply. More importantly, though, it also signals that Electron's flight computer has taken over the reins for the final pre-launch sequence.
Now, after that, we'll hear a call for AFTS, which stands for Automated Flight Termination System. And this confirms that Electron's onboard safety systems are fully active and its telemetry systems are verified to be transmitting data back to mission control. After that, expect to hear confirmation that Electron's liquid oxygen propellant, or LOX, has been loaded and that it's circulating within the vehicle. And then after that, a call should come that Electron's tanks are pressed for flight, and this means that the propellant tanks are fully pressurized, locked and loaded, and ready to unleash the power of Electron's Rutherford engines.
Interesting.
What
Mike.
follows should be a call that high-flow engine purge is enabled, which will mean that the Rutherford engines are primed and ready to ignite. And then last but not least, our launch director will remind operators of their position in the countdown, usually at around 20 seconds to launch, right before taking us down through the final 10-second countdown to liftoff. So let's bring up the audio channels from Mission.
What's Dragon's new name? They named the last Dragon 2 capsule Grace. Yeah, do with that information what you will.
To all operators, from now on, there should be no red flags in your critical LCCs. Beacon LD on mission card.
LD Beacon.
Please lock the auto sequence and confirm.
Locked.
And please confirm all flight computer ASGOs are green.
All ASGOs are green.
Copy. We are go for auto sequence start at T-minus 2 minutes, and LD is go for launch.
No, Grace, not race. Grace. Are we going to watch the SRB test after? Oh, yeah. Look at the title, man. It's not the EJ's Rocket Launch and Rocket Testing Review for no reason. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
The vehicle is fully on internal power.
Okay, we're inside of 2
AFTS
minutes.
is green and enabled for flight.
T-minus 90 seconds.
LOX load is complete. System is in recirculation. Anti-geysering is disabled.
Inside of 1 minute. What fuel does Electron use?
Stage 1 and 2 tanks are pressed for flight.
RP1 and liquid oxygen. That's why the
high flow engine purge enabled.
The lighter parts of the rocket, it's actually not white paint, and that's ice. You'll see it come off the vehicle when it flies here. "30 seconds. 30 seconds remaining.
T minus 20 seconds and counting.
15.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Sound
5,
suppression water system is
4,
on.
3,
Ignition.
2, 1. Liftoff.
And we got a liftoff of Get the Hawk Out of Here! Launching 4 satellites for Hawk 360. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. There's all the ice coming off.
Stage 1 propulsion nominal.
Just gotta launch on that thing. You gotta give it a little hawk.
Damn it! The Hawk
Damn
is
it!
out of here for Electron's 67th launch.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Spectacular liftoff for Electron, and that fiery plume lets us know that we are climbing fast, and soon we'll be reaching maximum aerodynamic pressure, also known as max Q, as Electron punches through the atmosphere. Our launch ops team and mission control will be calling out that critical moment shortly, so let's listen in.
Electron is supersonic, approaching max Q.
Looks like the clouds are what's making that go. Either that or something's broken. No, telemetry still seems okay. That's just the clouds. The intrusive thoughts one.
Cleared max Q.
Couldn't help it, Indy. Couldn't help it.
There we go. Confirmation from Mission Control that we have cleared max Q. Right now, Electron is moving at over 2,000 kilometers an hour and past an altitude of 20 kilometers. And our next launch milestone will be MECO, or main engine cutoff, in just under a minute and a half. What that involves is 3 critical actions across Electron's first and second.
Rocket guy, weather guy. Can you check the cloud cover for Mahia here? That was a lot of clouds. Unless the cloud cover goes up to like 30,000 feet from like 3,000 to 30,000. Something might be wrong with the camera.
On its way
hopefully
to
not
orbit.
the rocket.
So let's listen back into Mission Control to hear those 3 crucial calls.
Go in roughly 30 seconds.
"15 seconds to staging."
I mean, it looks fine now.
Enter burnout detect mode.
10 seconds till main engine cutoff.
MECO confirmed.
Stage separation confirmed.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
Yeah, no, everything's fine. Everything's good. That staging
And
was
there
great.
you have it from Mission Control.
Perfect.
We've confirmed a successful main engine cutoff. We love to hear that. Now, next up, we'll be seeing the fairing jettison, where Electron's fairing halves actually split apart and fall away. So keep your eyes peeled on your screen for that one coming up soon.
Fairing separation confirmed. Nah, it'll be in another couple of seconds here.
Confirmed.
Okay, weather guy.
And you just heard it there from Mission Control, a lovely fairing jettison.
Lovely.
You can see Hawkeye 360 is well and truly on its way to orbit, now traveling at 8,500 kilometers an hour, just passing 125 kilometers in altitude. What a ride for these 4 satellites.
HVB discharge holding nominal.
We'll see, Marcel. Yeah, just the cloud. Yeah, okay. I see it, weather guy. Thank you.
Guidance is looking nominal so far into the mission, which you can track in real time with the trajectory plot that will show up on the right-hand side of your screen soon. Otherwise, the total burn time for this second stage engine is around 6.5 minutes to take us all the way to a nominal transfer orbit.
They're right down
now,
the
the
pipe,
stage 2
dude. The
Rutherford engine
trajectory's
is
spot on.
practically identical to the stage 1 engines on the booster, apart from an expanded nozzle that helps to maximize the thrust from Rutherford
Yes, they do,
and
Shiv.
improve its overall performance. And we are now at T plus 4 minutes, 32 seconds into the mission, with expected engine cutoff at around T plus 9 minutes.
Alrighty, next up in Electron's series of maneuvers is the battery hot swap, a move that's unique to Electron, given that it's second stage Rutherford
They're a
engine.
little ways out from jettisoning this. Basically, because they are using electronic fuel pumps, they have a battery right here. The battery gets jettisoned once it runs out of charge. You'll see it. You'll see it'll be quick though, but we're still a little ways off. Methane subcooler. What's the TWR on Electron? At liftoff, probably like 1.2, 1.3. It goes, man. She goes pretty quick. What is the payload? We got 4 satellites on board, 3 operational satellites and 1 prototype satellite for a company called Hawk 360. Hawk 360, hence the name of the mission. Hawk 360 is a radio. It says I got to read this off the card because I wasn't sure. Hawk 360 is a radio frequency geospatial analytics provider. Interesting. They have a satellite constellation. They're building out a satellite constellation comprised of 15 satellites and 5 shells. 3 satellites per shell.
Throttling down.
Okay, watch. The battery's going to jettison here. Interesting, Kyron. Nice.
Battery jettison confirmed.
Here it goes. Bye-bye.
An excellent battery hot swap that we saw there, and we heard from Mission Control as well. So we are now at T plus 6 minutes, 40 seconds into the mission, with Electron boosting along at more than 15,000 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Once this thing gets to kick stage separation...
T plus 7 minutes into this mission, you can have a look on the right-hand side of your screen. Our propellant levels are consistent at 29% remaining for kerosene and liquid oxygen. Our kerosene temperature sitting at a balmy 12 degrees compared to our liquid oxygen temperature of negative 177 degrees Celsius. And
the batteries will... Clever girl, you love dropping batteries in the ocean. They're going to burn up. Second stage is going way too fast for those things to get down in one piece. The batteries will burn up in the atmosphere. So do Falcon and Electron use the same fuel? Yes. When neutron? Probably early 2026 EVGBs if I had to bounce a betting, man. Is that fuel gauge new? Yeah, relatively. Yeah, I think they started putting that in like 1 or 2 streams ago. I like the trajectory one that they have. It shows how good the rocket's flying. And from their trajectory overlay that they did put on the screen, the thing was flying right down the pipe.
We're now nearing the end of the second stage's journey with SECO, or second engine cutoff, right around the corner. So soon, that single Rutherford engine powering Electron will shut down and the kick stage will seamlessly separate, carrying Hawkeye 360's satellites where they belong on orbit. So let's chuck it back to Mission Control for that critical call now.
Guidance is in terminal, 25 seconds remaining.
Onboard audio? Question? The first stage makes it back down ship, yes. But they don't recover it. That's why they're building Neutron, so they can fix that
Seeker
problem.
confirmed.
Okay. There it is. 28606
Stage
at
separation confirmed.
203. Yeah, that's fine. 28606 at 203. That's actually fast, so
And
that's an eccentric
there
orbit.
you have it. Mission Control has confirmed Seco,
All right.
and the kick stage with its Hawkeye payload is now in its initial coast phase around Earth. And it will be another 40 minutes or so before the Curie engine on the kick stage ignites to make its final and
a good
precise
idea, David.
adjustments
Yeah.
to place
You're
Hawkeye
first.
satellites to a 520-kilometer circular orbit.
That's what I mean about the staging velocity being fast. There's 28606 at 200. That means the orbit is slightly egg-shaped with one point being higher than the other. And Muriel just said that the high point in the orbit is 500. So 28606 is an eccentric orbit. With the lowest part of the orbit in a park, like at a parking altitude, and the highest part of the orbit at deployment altitude. Cool. Well, while that's doing its thing here, that seemed to be a good insertion there. While that's doing its thing, we'll switch over to BOLE coverage. But I will keep that going in the background. BOE is delayed again. Uh-oh. Yep. 3518. What would the purpose be of this kind of orbit? Sun synchronous is what it's called, Surat. Actually, that one, let me go look at it again. Let me see what the inclination is. So they launched basically due southwest out of New Zealand. That is sun synchronous. That's an SSO orbit. 97, technically slightly retrograde. 97-degree inclination at 550. So that's sun synchronous. Sun synchronous orbits use Earth's precession, like natural occurring precession, to slightly adjust the longitude of ascending node of your orbit every time you go around. Because Earth does not, because Earth's, so what's precession? All right. A little bit on orbital mechanics here. So what is precession? Earth is kind of a sphere. It's kind of not. It's more like a big spherical jello mold that's spinning really, really fast, right? And because it's not, Earth obviously isn't solid. We know that, above the crust right here, right, or below the crust, you have the mantle, and the mantle gets to the core. The core is made out of iron and nickel, and it's actually not solid because gravity is creating so much pressure at the center, right? It's actually molten. And because of this, the Earth's core kind of churns and bubbles around. And, that heat gets dissipated through the mantle of the planet, right? And we're floating on the cool crust of the cooled off crust of the planet, right? But that means Earth's center of gravity kind of moves around because everything's on fire. Yeah. Everything's molten. Everything's really, really hot. So that's what I mean when I say that Earth is a gigantic spinning jello mold, right? You see, and that's part of the reason, because everything is churning and bubbling. That's kind of part of the reason why we have plate tectonics, right? Why, you have like the San Andreas Fault. The crust kind of collides into each other because Earth is constantly churning up and spewing up new material from the center. Like, in volcanoes are part of that process as well, right? Volcanoes are the cracks between two plates, right? Usually, right? The cracks between two plates that spew up the ejecta from like the center of the planet. Now, why do I mention all this? What the heck does that have to do with orbital mechanics, and why does that have to do with this orbit? So, because Earth's center of gravity never kind of stays at the geographic center of Earth, right? So if you cut Earth right in half, the center of gravity is a little bit, it's kind of offset, and it kind of weeble wobbles around, hence big spinning jello mold, right? you can use that spinning, the offset center of gravity of the planet, you can use that to change your orbit. Because when you're on one side of the planet, you're technically a little bit further away from the center of gravity. It's just a smidge. It's not a lot, but it's just the smidge, right? Like if this point right here is the geographic center of Earth, the center of gravity is over here somewhere. It's offset. So that's the other reason why Earth kind of weeble wobbles around about its axis, right? You can use those gravitational perturbations to actually change your orbit. A sun-synchronous orbit, which is around 550 kilometers at 97 degrees inclined, uses this phenomenon to shift the orbit. It shifts it slightly, altering what's called the longitude of ascending node. So the orbital track kind of moves a little bit around. With a sun-synchronous orbit, you basically you can get a satellite going over the same spot at the same time every day. Now, think about like the ISS. The ISS isn't sun synchronous. So, the ISS kind of goes over our heads a lot, right? But we don't, you don't see it all the time. You'll see it at different times. Sometimes the ISS goes over at night. Sometimes it goes over during the day. This type of orbit gets around that problem. That makes it so if you have an Earth observation satellite, like what Hawk 360 does, or if you're the National Reconnaissance Office and you want to snoop on somebody's launch site, but, obviously trying to take a picture of the launch site in the middle of the night is not going to work. But you also want to make sure that you have constant eyes on it, right? So what do? You put a satellite into a type of orbit where it always goes over your boy's launch site at the same time so you can take a picture of it. Sun synchronous. These types of orbits are really, really useful for Earth observation satellites because the offset center of gravity of Earth will move the satellite so it gets into the same spot. It flies over the same thing at the same time every day. Is it possible to get to the ISS if you launch any place from Earth? With enough delta V, you can get anywhere, Linus. Generally, though, the ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. It would be exceedingly difficult to get to it anywhere north of 51 degrees latitude. Get anywhere near north of 51 north and 51 south, because it's in a tilted orbit, so it kind of, if you traced its ground track, it kind of goes like this. The reason why they put it at such a tilted orbit is so the Russians, us, the Japanese, and the Europeans can all get to it. Don't take this the wrong way. I mean it friendly. Hey, screw you. You've gotten much better at explaining this sort of thing to space to ignorant people from when I first joined. Age like fine wine, baby. That's my goal. I fully understood that. I didn't know the two centers were different, and it makes sense. When you said everything's on fire, I felt that. Oh, yeah? They have a new prototype for the constellation? Yeah. They're carrying 3 operational satellites, Raiden, and 1 prototype for their next generation constellation. It's called Kestrel 0A. It's an 8U CubeSat. I got all this information off Next Spaceflight, if you're wondering. Not sure if you got this earlier. Fluffy, I did, but I was watching the launch. I saw what you said. Vulcan is planned for a lot more launches this year. All right. Maybe you should finish the building that they need to finish the building that they build it in before they do that. 14 launches is a little steep, but you got to remember, ULA is trying to scale. ULA had a business model that was centered around maybe launching once or twice a year. All of a sudden, Project Kuiper and the launch market demand changed drastically. Right? The launch market changed so much that they had to readjust their business model. The only way they could really do that is after capital infusion. So, i.e., after the Project Kuiper block buy of ULA launches, they bought 38 Vulcan launches. And now what ULA has to do is scale. Scaling is difficult, especially when your business model is kind of centered around building one rocket building one rocket a year, maybe 2 rockets a year. So yeah, they have the provisions for 14, but scaling is difficult. Just to kind of take it back to stuff that we've talked about before. That's why SpaceX doesn't want to take their foot off the gas, and that's why they want to keep launching ships despite them knowing that they could pop. Because slowing down your production capacity is very difficult to speed up again. Do you think they underestimated it a little bit? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Okay, and I don't mean this to disparage or denigrate ULA in any way. I like Tory Bruno, and I like United Launch Alliance, and I think Tory Bruno has done a fantastic job in the 11 years that he's been a CEO. The CEO of the company, he's amazing. What do they know about scaling? I mean, clearly Tory Bruno knows something, because they're scaling and they're working on it, and they're getting there. We've seen more Atlas launches this year than we have in like the past 4. No, that's not exactly true, but you get the idea. The frequency of launches from them is picking up. So that's good. That's real good. They'll get it. It's just going to take a little bit longer. Now, I will say this. I think Tory Bruno knows something about scaling up. He did work on the THAAD project. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with current events. People are launching ballistic missiles at other people, and they're getting popped in midair, high altitude intercepts. That is a project that Tory Bruno actually worked on. It's called Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, THAAD for short. It is a ballistic missile intercept rocket. And they made a lot of those. We know they made a lot of those because we see a lot of them being used as of late. So Tory Bruno does know something about scaling. It's just trying to retool a company that's designed for 1 to 2 launches a year to even 15. That's a big thing to ask. You can't go from launching 1 to 2 rockets a year to launching 15. Not even SpaceX did that, right? SpaceX went from launching Falcon 9 once a year to launching it twice a year to launching it 5 times a year, and then to 10, and then to 15. But even then, in 2019, when they were scaling for Block 5, we saw them expend a bunch of Block 4 boosters, right? And then in 2019, we saw the launch rate dip. We saw it go down. Only time Falcon 9 launch rate has gone down comparatively to the past year. Scaling takes time. And we haven't seen a lot of launches from ULA, except as of recent with the KA-01 and KA-02 missions, which means they're about ready to open the floodgates. So I'm not sure we're going to see 15 launches from ULA, from Vulcan, for the rest of the year. I would say probably 5, maybe 5 to 6. Next year, though, I'd believe that. Sure, absolutely. Easy. Next year, yeah, they'll probably launch it 20, 30 times. I mean, Bizok, that's not really what I'm getting at. I'm trying to tell you what's going on in the rocket industry, agnostic of political bias in one way or the other. Dude, respectfully, I don't want to talk about that, homie. I don't want to talk. You can talk about, if you want to talk about THAAD, sure. You know, I'll tell you, that thing is actually super cool. Super cool piece of kit, but trying to not bark up that tree, you know what I mean, dude? You know, you just had to get it out. Sorry, yeah, I hear you, man. Sometimes you got to. Sometimes you got to say what you got to say. Thanks for being cool about it, man. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other streams where you could talk about that, dude. I don't want to be one of them, man. I'll talk about the tech, sure. But yeah, anything else, I don't know. No. I don't want that. You've watched an intercept happen live. Yeah, Nick, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool piece of technology. What is the status of Oli? Aww. Now, I've always wondered, why don't they have space observation satellites, telescopes, either at geosynchronous or Lagrangian points? You spelled Lagrange fine. Why, Sewer Rat, when you have that sun synchronous orbit? So, okay, here's another cool thing. You know, okay, let's put a telescope at geo and look down. Sure, yeah, that could work. With sun synchronous orbits, you can use those same perturbations, that same precession, right? You can use the same precession to switch where the satellite flies over. Slight adjustments in timing will throw you out of perfect sun synchronization. So, say you want your satellite to look at an airfield on one side of a really long country, right? Have the satellite desync its orbit. It'll go out of sync for a second and then resync it over another point. With sun synchronous, dude, they can look at anything. They'd look at anything. You can look at anything you want. You just got to change the timing of the orbit slightly by increasing or decreasing apogee or perigee. Or you could just decrease perigee and use some aerobraking, natural atmospheric perturbations to go out of sync and then resync later with thrusters. Pretty cool, huh? So basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that they can see whatever they want. Earth observation satellites can change. They can move. If it's a spy satellite, it could go anywhere. It could look at an enemy airfield, or it could look at an enemy mountain, or it could look at a port or a city or whatever. You can change it. I meant for space and deep space observation. I think like Hubble and James Webb. Well, James Webb is further than GEO. James Webb is in a spot with as low a sunlight as possible, but it's still close enough to where we could, communicate with the dang thing. James Webb is at a Lagrangian, is at Earth Moon L2. Or no, is it Earth Moon L2 or Earth Sun L2? I think it's Earth, no, it's Earth Moon L2. It is. So it's called EML2. James Webb is at a Lagrangian point, dude, if that's what you're asking. Can you put Twitch chat in a little box, please? I don't like having the chats on the screen, Sintesi. The only way I would really want to do that is if I could have both chats, but Twitch doesn't like it if you have both Twitch and YouTube. So, I mean... We'll just keep the Rocket Lab thing up for the time being. So then why was Hubble in low Earth orbit? Because Hubble is an Earth observation satellite that's pointed in the wrong direction. Why do you think they needed to put glasses on it? Because it's nearsighted. Does that make sense? It's not. The Hubble is a highly modified Earth observation satellite. But because there were people working on the lens that weren't used to making a satellite be far-sighted, so to speak, as opposed to near-sighted, they gave it the wrong prescription, so to speak. Because the Hubble was so big, and because it was technically an off-the-shelf component that was already designed to fly inside of the space shuttle, it was an easy win to just take one of the satellites and modify it for Earth observation instead. And because it launched on the shuttle can only move it so far. So that's why Hubble is in low Earth orbit. James Webb is designed for space observation from end to end. The Hubble is a highly modified, I think it's a Keyhole 9, or no, maybe a KH-11. It's a spy satellite with a, it's a very, 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 very hot rodded spy satellite that's pointed the wrong way. KH-11, yeah, thank you. Yeah, Cero, it's against terms of service technically, but you know, you never know what you can get away with, you know what I mean? Like, just because you see other people doing it doesn't mean that you're not going to get zapped for doing it as well. And then, you know, if you do get zapped and they get mad at you, right? You can't be like, well, that guy's doing it. That usually doesn't work. Are there planned telescopes to be further out? Look up the LUVOR mission. LUVIOR. Yes. That's right, Raiden. Mm-hmm. Is the Nancy Roman Space Telescope a modified spy sat too? Yes. LUVIOR. Surat. The same reasons that, yeah, exactly. Nancy Roman's not going further than Leo. Yeah, spoiled, but I don't want to be the one to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got you, Denny. I asked that guy what's wrong with NSF. Should I tell you what he said? No. No. You didn't have to do that. No, but don't worry about it. Ship, don't worry about it, dude. Not everybody's gonna like what NSF does, dude. That's fine. I'm not. We don't need to go being like, what? Like, don't worry about it. I read what he said. I'm not that hopeful in new space projects because funding. Just a bump in the road, Wombat, it'll come back. Is BOLE carbon fiber? Yeah, it's a carbon composite booster. It's not exactly fiber, it's composite. I'm not sure if fiber would be able to withstand the pressures involved here. Is this an upgraded SRB? That's what the Booster Obsolescence and Life Extension program is all about. Upgrading. These are the Block 2 SLS boosters, guys. That's if you really want to know. There you go, Dons. I love the twinkly space music. I do believe that this is Tim's music. This is Everyday Astronaut. Rocket Lab uses them. Tim, excuse me. I hope there isn't an observation observed during the observation of this firing. Me neither. The last time Northrop Grumman tested a carbon composite booster, there was an observation. The nozzle exploded. But that's because it was vacuum optimized. Is it Tim Boy, the Astro Dodd? Yes. Yeah, Tim is a very good composer. Believe it or not, yeah. Guy's the real deal, man. Plays the guitar better than I do, dude, that's for sure. With that being said, I'd love to jam with him at some point. Give me 1 second. He said he would have done music as a career if he hadn't run face first into rockets on the way. He's good, man. Guy can play. He can jam, dude. There's videos of him shredding on a guitar out there. It's pretty good. You and Tim should co-stream Artemis too. I'm not sure I'm worthy of doing something like that, Neptune. I'm not sure. That's like playing in the big leagues, man. I'm a minor league commentator, dude. I'd do it if he asked. Like, hell yeah, that'd be sick. Definitely. Just noticed your hat. Hell yeah, brother. That's right. Sorry, I had a hangnail. I had to get rid of it. It was pissing me off. Now your knowledge is up there and converting it to space noobs. You should send your Flight 5 booster catches or application. I mean, guys, if you look at it like that, I'm with NSF. That's pretty dang good. I'm too busy streaming here to do commentary with them a lot. I want to do more. There's just not enough time in the day. Were you thinking of going down to the Cape for Artemis 2? For your stream or for NSF? I haven't even thought about it. Artemis 2 is so dang far away, Fluffy. Ask that question again in 2026, man. Hopefully you're still here. Hopefully I'm still here. Oh.
Secondary bunker safety jumper indicate shows in. Evacuate to the instrument room.
Evacuating to the instrument room.
Close and secure the forward bunker door.
Worm logo. Worm logo. Worm gang. Are they broadcasting in 16:9 at 480? Okay. All right. This is a government-ran operation, sir. Budget cuts. I guess so. These budget cuts were rough. I'm telling you, Jared, NASA should have their, like, a Hollywood tier, like, production team for these streams, man. Budget butts. Don't talk about my butt. That's weird. They have no idea how to broadcast to the public or promote NASA projects. You'll get no argument from me. You know what's really bothering me? The S and the first A in NASA don't line up. See that? With this NASAization font, with this style of font, that's not supposed to be there. It doesn't line up, and it's very, very, very frustrating. The S is too low. I'm sorry. It's if I have to deal with it, so do you. I'm sorry. It's just a personal hell of mine. Like, bro, somebody looked at that and said, "All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine." Is it maybe it's due to the 480p? Why would you do this to us? Why would they do it to me? Well, who's they? What do you mean the rebels blew up?
Room stray voltage checks are complete.
Roger. Instrument room, have the arming crew inspect the instrument room fire control safety jumper.
Worm. Cryo.
The instrument room fire control safety jumper is acceptable for use.
Roger.
You're right, William. The N is too big. The A and the S are at different altitudes, and that A is too low. None of them are lined up. It's
T-minus 15 minutes.
Actually,
instrument room, have the arming crew install the instrument room fire control safety jumper.
Installing the instrument room fire control safety jumper.
Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding.
Instrument room fire control safety jumper is installed.
The primary and secondary instrument room safety jumper indicates show in. Instrument room, have the arming crew install the instrument room fire line key and rotate to the closed position.
The fire line key is installed and rotated to the closed position.
Okay.
The primary and secondary T97 key switch indicates show closed.
Arming preparations are complete.
Evacuate to T22.
Evacuating the instrument room.
See, I don't mind this. I don't mind them piping the cast, or piping the communications loops in. That's fine with me. I just really would like a picture of what they're talking about. You know? Cars are leaving the area now. Yep, they just said evacuate to T22, so people should leave. They're leaving the instrumentation room. They could do this. I think Jack is controlling this camera. Also, the camera is crooked. That might just be the angle, though. Looks like it's tilted slightly that way. It looks like Jack might be trying to fix it here. So where is this test happening, dudes? This is in Ogden, Utah. It's near Promontory Point, which if you're a train buff, you know that area. It's where the Golden Spike was driven to complete the first transcontinental railroad. This is Northrop Grumman's SRB test facilities are super close to that. So this is up in the mountains in Utah here, and that's where they test it. They test in a very remote part.
7, 6, 5, 4-stage engine start. 3,
They gonna
2,
cut it?
1.
They cut out the boosters in ignition. Booster. What is the expected thrust of this booster? 14,000 kilonewtons, 14 meganewtons from one of these things. They're pretty powerful. These composite ones actually might even be a little higher.
Hi everyone, I'm Megan Carter, Media Specialist for NASA's Space Launch System rocket. As teams at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida are busy getting ready for the first crewed Artemis mission, work continues all over the United States to prepare for future missions as well. One of those locations is right here in beautiful Promontory, Utah, at the Northrop Grumman facility, where I'm coming to you live today. Our partners here at Northrop Grumman have been working to develop a more efficient, lower-cost commercial solution for the boosters for the Space Launch System. As you can see, it is a beautiful day here in Utah, and we are actually just a few minutes away from a hot fire for the demonstration Motor 1 test.
Pretty bright.
The booster motor for today's hot fire is actually locked up on that hill in the test stand right behind me, and it's just about ready to be fired up. The boosters for NASA's moon rocket are the largest, most powerful that have ever been built for flight. And there are two boosters that flank either side of the rocket and together produce millions of pounds of thrust at launch. Today, we will get to witness the power of just one of those boosters. But before we kick this off, we're actually going to turn it over to Alyssa Lee in Huntsville, Alabama at Marshall Space Flight Center to learn a little bit more about what we're going to be seeing today.
I am very excited to be here at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center with a resident SLS and booster expert. Joining me today is Julia Codobande, the Deputy Manager for the SLS Booster Element Office. Thank you so much for joining me, Julia. We are less than a year away from the launch of Artemis II, which will see SLS and NASA's Orion spacecraft on the first crewed mission for the Artemis campaign. So, would you be able to give us a little quick update on the progress for Artemis II?
Yeah, so Artemis II is currently being stacked at the Vehicle Assembly Building at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So the twin solid rocket boosters have already been stacked, and the core stage with its 4 RS-25 engines has also been mated to the boosters. We have the Orion stage adapter here at Marshall Space Flight Center ready to ship and be integrated with the vehicle as well. Orion is currently being processed at KSC in the multi-payload processing facility. It's getting its propellants, its consumables, and the launch abort system, and once that's complete, it'll be ready to be delivered to the Vehicle Assembly Building to be stacked onto the SLS rocket as well.
Wow, that's so exciting. It's going to be here before we know it. So as your role as the Deputy Manager for the Booster Office here,
Artemis II
what
was
does your
supposed to
job
be in
entail?
2022.
And with that, what are you most looking forward to out of today's test?
So yeah, as Deputy Booster Manager in the Booster Element Office, we are part of the SLS Program Office, and my responsibility is to advise and to assist the Booster Manager in things like programmatic and fiscal and technical planning, procurements, contract actions, DD&E, design development, test and evaluation, as well as production and operations of the booster. And this is going to include all of the support equipment as well as the facilities that are needed. What I'm most looking forward to today kind of goes a little bit back into history. When we started the SLS program, in order to save cost and schedule, we implemented the shuttle's proven heritage hardware into our design. But this is being depleted as the Artemis program progresses,
About
and
that
it's just
cost
not
and schedule
practical
thing.
to restart the manufacturing from that 1970s era. So for the last several years, we've been developing what we call the Booster Obsolescence and Life Extension, or BOLE. And so the BOLE is actually implementing new manufacturing processes and new materials from domestic sources.
Hey, FYI.
And so this test today is going to be the first full duration, full-scale test of the BOLE motor, which we're calling DM1, or Demonstration Motor 1.
So how does that tie into the goals and objectives of the test today?
So our goals today are to take a look at the performance of the BOLE motor. We are going to be looking at things like the ballistics performance, so the pressure and the thrust versus time, the burn rate of the motor, the pressure drop, the ignition characteristics. We're going to be taking a look at the performance of the internal insulation of the motor, in the case acreage and dome areas. We also have a new carbon fiber composite case, which will be taking a look at its performance during the test, as well as the joints and the seals. We'll be taking a look at our nozzle ablative performance and the electronic thrust vector controls vectoring of that nozzle. And one of the other things that we're demonstrating with the BOLE DM1 today is that we're able to produce that next generation motor that is high performing, addresses our obsolescence issues, and does it more efficiently and at a reduced cost, which we are realizing a 25% reduction in cost. But going forward, any SLS booster or commercial solid rocket booster is going to
fire. Speaking of, I think it's time we check back with Megan in Utah to see if we are getting close to this big event.
Thanks, Alyssa. We are now less than 5 minutes away from the hot fire. We're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to get into position to watch. When we come back after the test, we'll actually be answering a few of your questions that were submitted in the chat. But for now, let's get ready to fire this booster up. Just before the test, you are going to hear a countdown from the test conductor, followed by the 2-minute booster firing. Enjoy. We'll see you back here shortly.
This is the test conductor. Report system status.
Support systems are go for static test.
Low-speed systems are go.
High-speed systems are go. Ultrasonic data systems are go.
TVC systems are go.
High-speed video systems are go. Motor temperatures are go.
We are go for BOLE DM1 static test.
This drone's about to get hot. I'd back off. How wide is the booster? 3.7 meter diameter. Yeah, look at that. Very interesting. So, guys, I noticed something, and this, I'm not sure if this is right or not, but so this is a 5-segment booster. So you have one segment from here back, then another, then another, then another, and then another.
3 minutes.
So you have 1, 2, 3,
data operators
4,
begin recording.
5, right?
High-speed data operators at T-minus 70 seconds begin recording and report at that time.
So these are carbon fiber or carbon composite casings, right? I think they actually said it was carbon fiber. So if somebody asked me if they're carbon fiber before, I thought they were composite. They're actually fiber. But it looks like the barrel segments are fiber. It looks like at the segment joining area where the booster clevis is and the O-rings, yes, those O-rings, they're still utilizing a steel component, which is very interesting. So that thing it's steel carbon, steel carbon, steel carbon between each segment. Which is very interesting to me. It's not an old shuttle booster. This is a new SLS booster. See? Look. So they have a carbon fiber barrel that is adjoining a steel bulkhead segment with a clevis with the O-rings together to another steel clevis
T-minus
to carbon.
2 minutes.
T-minus 2 minutes. We going or what? Oh, yeah. The sucker's going to go big, man. Won't the expansion rate difference cause issues? If so, Ayayaron, I'm not 100% sure if that's what I'm looking at. It looks like steel and carbon, steel and carbon.
90 seconds.
That's an observation for me. I don't know. That's what it looks like, but I could be wrong. In which case, if I'm wrong,
80 seconds.
then it'll be
Test
fine.
control coordinator, stand by to commit the motor.
But if I saw what I saw, yeah, maybe.
T-minus 70 seconds.
Commit the motor.
The motor is committed.
What's on the penalty end nozzle that's about to get cooked? That is a mirror.
T-minus 60 seconds.
There's a camera over here that's looking
All
at...
high-speed systems are recording.
Roger.
That's looking at the
Ultrasonic
mirror.
data system is recording.
So they can
Roger.
see the booster plug.
T-minus 50 seconds.
The booster plug fly out. I'll show you.
For static thrust.
Roger.
14 meganewtons coming out of this booster, guys.
T-minus 40 seconds.
That's the equivalent of 6 Raptor engines. One SRB is as powerful as 6 Raptors, dude.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Here we go.
T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Send it.
Fire.
Yo.
T plus 5 seconds. T plus 10 seconds.
That's nice.
T plus 20 seconds.
No audio. Okay.
T plus 30 seconds.
Look at it. The radiating heat is actually melting.
T plus 40
sand.
seconds.
See all the smoke coming off? See that? It's melting everything around it, just the heat. That's why this camera is so far away.
50 seconds.
It's turning the sand into glass.
T plus 60 seconds.
Should get another minute and a half here.
T plus 70 seconds.
Does NSF have sound?
Enabled.
Nope.
T plus 80 seconds.
Central support system operator, enable the deluge, CO2, and quench tool controls.
Enabled.
Look at it. It's just shredding and
T
melting
plus 90
everything around it.
Open the accumulator
There's a
enable
lot of
valve.
heat coming off of this thing.
Accumulators enabled.
T plus 100 seconds.
Oh. Oh.
Activate aft deluge.
Oh!
Activated.
Whoa.
T plus 100
Oh, that's
seconds.
bad! That's bad! That's not good! That's not good! That's not good! That's not good! That's really not good!
T plus 120 seconds.
Stop! Oh, that's not good. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, that's bad. The nozzle decided
Activate
to...
head end CO2.
The nozzle decided... And the booster skirt is gone. That's not... Oh.
Quench tool forward, command forward. Activate aft CO2.
Yeah, you might want to call the fire department. Part of it is over there, and it's now causing a fire. Part of the nozzle got some pretty good distance. Part of it's up there on the hill, also causing a fire.
Roger. T plus 160 seconds.
Yeah, that's extreme loss in performance, extreme loss in efficiency.
T plus 170 seconds.
That
High-speed data operators.
That was a failure, guys. That failed. That was
Stand by.
that was like ship 36 bad. That's not good. Dude, the nozzle is toast. Actually toast. The CO2 The CO2 purging system is working, though. It put the fire out. But you got a problem. The entire hillside is on fire at this point. Yeah, from where part of the nozzle landed over there, and over here, and over here, and over there. That's bad, guys. That, I mean... Oh, black screen. Nice.
High-speed data operators, stop recording.
That happened last time, Geek. Yeah, very interesting. That was actually worse. That was a worse failure. So it's very clear. Hey, where's Megan? Hey, Megan, where are you at? Come on back. Yeah, that... So, okay. This happened before when they did the Omega test. The thing is that nozzle was engineered... It's a hybrid nozzle for the SRB. What does that mean? So the nozzle uses an ablator, all right? The nozzle on an SRB, for cooling purposes, is made out of heat shield, right? It ablates away. But the problem is that nozzle, when I say it's a hybrid nozzle, it is optimized for vacuum, right? Because that's where the booster is going to do the majority of its work, right? It's optimized for up there. If you test a vacuum optimized nozzle down here with the SRB, especially with these SRBs, which include a regressive thrust curve in them, and thus a regressive thrust curve, oh, there's the fire truck. Call the fire department. This one's out of control. If you have it, so these boosters are designed with a receding thrust curve. Now, I don't know for sure if these ones have that. Basically, over time, the thrust goes down, right? To throttle back and for separation. You can't throttle them, right? So they actually pack the grain inside of the SRB in a way that makes the thrust go down. If your thrust is going down, your chamber pressure goes down. So the problem is when that happens on this thing with this nozzle that's vacuum optimized, you end up getting flow separation inside of the nozzle. That creates non-uniform heating inside of the nozzle, which causes it to fail. That's what happened during the Omega test. I have no reason to believe that that's not what happened here. Hey, part of the nozzle got some nice distance. Look at that. Some nice distance. Are they the same booster that will be used on Artemis 2? No, they are not. Let's... Oh. Yeah, that was not great. That's not supposed... I mean, unless they tested it with that instrumentation, knowing that it was going to do that. I mean, these Block 2 SLS boosters are not RSRBs. They are designed to be expended. So, guys, I'm not going to rule it out, but it might be entirely possible that that was on purpose. But judging by the in mission control, probably not. But also, here, I'll show you again.
Activated.
I saw it. I saw the see the flame? All right, the flame distinctly mission control. Probably not. But also, here, I'll show you again.
Activated.
I saw it. I saw the see the flame? All right, the flame distinctly changes shape here for a second. Like, and it starts...
Activate forward deluge.
Look, see
Activated.
that? See that little puff of smoke right there? I saw that and I was like, See that little puff of smoke right there? I saw that and I was like, And right when I was about
to... 120 seconds.
See? Look at the flame. See it start to go up? And see it start to puff out up here? I saw that and I was just about to say that flame doesn't look right. And then it popped. Watch.
Activate head end CO2.
This is a replay, guys.
Activated.
Activate quench tool forward, command forward.
They're
Activate
live?
AFC.
I have to say, it took me
Okay,
a minute.
hold on.
I had to recover. That was incredibly cool. So, here with me now to talk about the test and answer a few of your questions is NASA's Dave Reynolds, Program Manager of Booster Subsystems for the Space Launch System, and Northrop Grumman's Doug Hurley,
Dougie!
Senior Director of Strategy and Business Development.
Dougie Fresh!
Gentlemen, thank you for joining me, especially so quick after the test. That was fantastic. This first question is going to be for you. Obviously, we just witnessed something very cool, and that was the first time it had ever been fired up. Can you tell us a little bit about what we just saw, and did you consider it? Was it exactly what you wanted it to be?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for having me on and having an opportunity to talk about something that I've been really excited about for a long time. So what we just watched was the most powerful man-rated rocket motor ever tested. It's absolutely amazing what we just watched. A rocket motor putting out almost 4 million pounds of thrust. You can see from the side of the mountain up there, it's still feeling the effects of that test. This test is a brand new booster from tip to tail. There's so many things that are different about this booster. It actually has very little relationship to the current boosters that are flying on the Artemis 2 mission that's coming up. And so we were expecting to learn a lot of things, and I guarantee that we're going to spend the next 6 months digging through all of that data and finding out what we need to do. Now, we push the margins on almost every material that we have, and that, I would suspect, is probably one of the first things that we are going to learn, is how close did we come to the edge of those margins. And if we did get too close to the edge that we're not comfortable, we've got other plans in place to move forward and build another motor that can teach us the things that we needed to learn from.
Why would you say that?
Fantastic, thank you. So, Doug, I was actually able to tour a little bit of the facility yesterday, saw a lot of amazing things.
Why would you say that?
One of our viewers is actually asking,
what
specifically does Northrop Grumman build and test here that's related for the Space Launch System?
Well, we've built solid rocket boosters
weird to bring that up.
here for even the shuttle since like the late 70s. So we've been building shuttle heritage, and then of course we transitioned to SLS several years ago, and we've repurposed 8 sets of shuttle boosters that are going to go on SLS. So it's an incredible facility, 20,000 acres. So we do a lot of solid rocket motor designing, testing, manufacturing out here, much more than just SLS.
Fantastic, thank you. So you mentioned a lot of the data that you're going to be studying. One viewer has actually asked, how do you monitor the test? Specifically in the chat, they're wondering about mirrors that are observed to use to observe the plume.
Yeah, so right behind the motor, right before you see it fire, there's actually a stand that has a mirror in it. Now, obviously, we want to understand how that flame front starts from the beginning of the motor and travels down. And there's no good way to put a camera that's going to survive that test. So what we do is have a giant mirror that sits behind the stand and point a camera at it so that we can see right up the bore of the motor. That tells us 2 things. First of all, we have a plug that allows us to, first of all, keep the bugs and the dirt out, but also to build up the pressure a little bit before it bursts. So that camera watches to see how that plug is going to break up.
Oh, yeah,
But then when that thing breaks
It
up,
popped.
you can start to see the flame front
Worse
come
than
down.
Omega.
Now, the mirror
whole thing exploded.
doesn't last very long. Once again, pointing to the mountainside, we're going to find it probably tomorrow because it's probably halfway up the mountain. That's just what we expect every single time. But it is one way that we're able to characterize the flame front and how that plug breaks up.
Makes sense. All right, back to you talking about all that power, the propellant. One viewer is asking, what kind of fuel will be used?
So solid rocket motors are typically very similar. We use this ammonium perchlorate, which is a major constituent. We've got aluminum, we've got binders, we have oxidizers. So it's, and when it actually cures in the motor, it almost is like a pencil eraser type feel. I don't know, Dave, I mean, it's really interesting. It burns from the top down. And as we said, almost 4 million pounds of thrust out of this particular engine.
I felt that power. It was more than I was expecting. I wasn't expecting that at all. It was incredible. All right, so one more question. You mentioned that there are a lot of different things between the current boosters for SLS and the ones we just witnessed. One of those is actually the color. Our current ones are obviously white. This one was black. Does that hold any significance?
So it does. The current boosters that we're flying with right now are mostly metallic. They were repurposed shuttle hardware, but we only have a limited supply of that. And so what we have learned over decades of building solid rocket motors is that a more efficient and faster and cheaper way to build rocket motors is through composite materials. What we used on this rocket was a carbon fiber filament that we wound around a mandrel, and that's why you see it being a different color. It's a dark color, but eventually we would probably end up painting it white because we want to control the temperature a little bit more, and white paint reflects the heat a little bit better. But on this one, we wanted to see exactly how the case behaved, and when you paint it, you cover up a little bit. And so because this is a development motor, and meaning we want to get as much data as we possibly can, that was one reason that we decided to leave it unpainted so that we can have better observation of the case. But composites are the modern way of building rocket motors, and we're advancing in that direction.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Well, that looks like all the time that we actually have here. Any last thoughts? Everybody good? Wonderful.
It was an amazing test.
It was an amazing test. All right. Anything else from you?
No,
all right.
Just glad we had such a great team and crowd here to witness this first test, and it'd be great to see this thing fly sometime soon.
Absolutely. All right, great. What was the question from off the viewer? Special about the yes, SLS. Absolutely. All right, so these are very special to the SLS and for the Space Launch System rocket. We can't wait to see these fly. And we are so excited that you were able to join us here today. A big thank you to you. A big thank you to Julia and Alyssa for joining us as well. Thank you for tuning in. If you'd like to rewatch the test, be sure to head over to NASA's Marshall YouTube channel. Be sure to also follow our NASA Artemis accounts and Marshall social media accounts for all your SLS related news. And we can't wait to see you for the launch of Artemis 2, the first crewed mission to the moon in over 50 years. Enjoy, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
So, guys, I'm gonna give you a little lesson here about body language. Do they look happy? Just kind of sit and look at this. Do those dudes look like they just conducted a successful test? Okay, I might be reading too much into this. It looks like they're at a funeral pyre. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. Well, it was a pyre. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. So I might be reading too much into it. Yeah, like once again, little lesson in body language there. They don't look too happy, and yeah, exactly. They're ignoring the fire. Yeah, the mountain behind them is actually on fire. Anyway, so the guy that runs the program over there said something very interesting to me. They didn't acknowledge that the thing just blew up on the test stand. But what he did say was, well, if this test didn't go exactly, we got to comb through the data and we'll look through it. And if this test didn't go exactly how we wanted, well, we got another development booster that we could put up on the test stand and we'll fire that one instead. That's what an odd thing to say. Why would you say that? You ever see that Bart Simpson thing? What an odd thing to say. Like, why would you bring that up? Did it not go well? Why would you bring that up? 6 months to figure out what happened. I'll tell you what happened. It popped. Can we see it again? Sure. Yeah, here. Oh, we'll back it up. Let me scrub through. like I said, I saw the flames starting to do something that was not great. Here, let's see. Right around here.
80 seconds.
Central support system operator, enable the deluge, CO2, and quench tool control.
All right, so let's watch this. Let's watch this in slow. Actually, you know, we'll just do a fast motion play.
Enabled.
T plus 90 seconds.
Open the accumulator
Can't
enable
see
valve.
me. You might be right. The bottom of the nozzle is
Accumulator's
definitely
enabled.
having some burn through. I just saw it.
T plus 100 seconds.
Activate aft deluge.
Activated.
Whoa. T plus 110 seconds.
Activate forward deluge.
Activated.
T plus 120 seconds.
Let's just see that in an instant replay. Yeah, they're moving it around, but I noticed something. Look. Can't see me over in the YouTube chat. You suggested that could it be, you know, the heat that's getting trapped there. There's definitely nozzle burn through happening right there. See it? See the burn marks? See the charring? That's bad. That's very bad. It doesn't matter the rocket engine. That's extremely bad. That's the reason, like, for instance, why most of the rocket providers that we launched, that we watched, like we watched Electron a little bit earlier, and you know, we watched two Falcon 9 launches over the last 2 days, right? All their second stage cameras are looking at the nozzle. They're looking for that right there. See that? That's burn through. I might be looking at this incorrectly. That's burn through. That might be because it's close to the ground. But it seems like the point of failure is coming from somewhere else. Would this be classified as an overpressure event? No. Nozzle burn through. It could be heat reflecting off the ground. That could be normal. I don't think that that's what caused that failure, but I need to see this in kind of slow motion here. Because the entire aft segment, which is purged usually, you notice there's blankets right here. There's a blanket around that's hugging the nozzle. This area is usually purged out with nitrogen. So there's non-reactive stuff going on there in case something goes spicy. Or at least it was on the shuttle. I don't know what it is now. That one, I don't see. Oh, yep. See, burn through on the top of the nozzle. Guys, that's bad. That's really bad because that's not coming from the nozzle. If you look. What the hell are you doing, YouTube? Oh, wait. The initial thing didn't come from the nozzle. That came out of the aft segment. It came out of the booster skirt, which is bad. See, look, you could see the booster skirt right there. It pressurizes for a second. The skirt starts to go out, and then it fails completely. If it's coming proverbially upstream in front of that skirt, that means it's the throat. Not good. Because that's how this nozzle works, guys. The aft end of the SRB segment basically tapers out, right? And the nozzle for this is basically hugging the outside of that, and it can turn. The very end of the aft SRB segment is kind of like a ball joint almost, and the nozzle kind of picks up on it, and it can move. They can move the nozzle around with thrust vector control. Because this is happening north, proverbially upstream from the booster skirt, that means it's coming from the throat or the not like where the nozzle extension picks up, which is not great. That is not the same failure that happened to Omega. Look, that is straight burn through. But what's going on here is it's burn through that's happening somewhere up around the throat of this nozzle, and it's going out, and the booster aft skirt is deflecting it backwards. What's an Omega? That was a Northrop Grumman rocket that they canceled. They tested an Omega booster on this pad, and it exploded. Wait. They are doing thrust vector control. That's a thrust vector control liner. What are you talking about? Oh yeah. See, all this smoke right here is that skirt, the blankets right there. That's all of it burning off. See, some of it came off right there. And then the nozzle is being burned from the outside and the inside. The flame should be coming from here, not from over here, because the nozzle burned from the outside and the inside. You see a complete failure of the nozzle right there. Now, couple of telling things. Look over there. See that little guy? I would worry about that little guy. That means, look, the throat was gonna, the throat and the where it picks up on the nozzle, it failed over there too. It was gonna fail over there. It took complete failure of the nozzle to blow it out, but hey, stop it, YouTube. Yep, complete failure. That is a complete failure of the entire nozzle and aft skirt assembly. That's not good. That's really bad. Now, the good news, and see, here's the other thing. The reason I know that it's the throat of the nozzle and not like where the nozzle extension picks up on the throat of the SRB is because, look, after the failure, you have SRB exhaust coming out of the booster skirt. The booster skirt is acting as your nozzle. If the throat of the SRB is right here, it's inside of the skirt. Let me get you a diagram. I'll show you. I've looked at these a lot. I know how they're put together. Give me one moment. Here we go. This will work. So look. Check this out, dudes. Now, keep in mind, this is a shuttle SRB. This is what's called an RSRB, reusable solid rocket booster. The BOLE boosters, I refuse to call them BOLE. That just sounds strange, are called something different. Now, look. See, they have a nozzle extension, okay? The aft segment has the bottom, and it has the throat right there. And then you have the throat, and you start to have the nozzle. You start to have the nozzle, and then you have the extension. The extension is ablative. This piece is ablative. This is the part that is outside of the booster aft skirt, right here. And you have the heat blankets right there that are nitrogen purged. Okay. What is Baron? You linked Space Engineer? What is he saying? The nozzle is completely gone. Everything is completely gone, and I'll tell you why. Guys, I'm basically coming up with the hypothesis for a failure right here. Look. Right? See where that black ring is? That's where it failed. I'm pretty damn sure. The reason why is because, look, that first of all, the throat right around the black ring, because at the end of the day, this is still a De Laval nozzle. It's a convergent divergent design. That is the hottest part. It is the hottest part of the entire SRB, right there, where the gas gets compressed through the throat. PV equals nRT. You take hot gas, you compress it even further, it's going to get even hotter. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? The throat is north of the back of the aft skirt. And you saw these heat blankets right here inflate. They inflated, and then it popped. The nozzle extension, right, and the nozzle liner piece right here, the liner piece is north of that skirt. But, like, when I say north, I mean that way. It's upstream, you know, because the rocket flows gas this way. So upstream of that skirt. But the skirt is attached right at the extension piece. See this flange right here? That's where that skirt is attached. We didn't see a failure come from that. We saw a failure come from inside of the skirt at the throat. The throat failed. I'm pretty damn sure. Did they redesign the throat? Well, the program manager, Hellfish, said that it was, most of this is redesigned from the, it's redesigned from the SRBs. So, could the thrust vector control have caused damage to the nozzle extension? They were, well, supposedly these boosters have an electronic thrust vector control system. It could be that something failed with that. But once again, where the failure came from, it's possible. I would say it's possible because there are two thrust vector controllers. There's one at the top of the booster and there's one on the side. You only need two. This one for moving the nozzle this way and this one for moving the nozzle that way for pitch and yaw, right? The failure point did come from where the X-axis thrust vector controller is clocked. It definitely came from the very, very top. See? But see how it inflates? See how it inflated the blankets? It inflated the heat blankets, pressurizing the aft skirt and then blowing it out immediately. Throat all day. It could be the liner. It could be thrust vector control. But here's the thing. By the time you see full nozzle failure, look at that. Look at the way that gas is coming out. That gas is pushing up against the booster aft skirt and then pushing that way. If it was the liner, we wouldn't see it go kind of up and out. It would just go that way. Does that make sense? It would just keep going with the direction of flames. This is a hole. That's a hole in the throat. Throat all day, every day, bro. No. And then because the nozzle is being heated on the outside and the in, it's ablating in both sides, and you see a full nozzle failure here in a moment. You'll see it fail completely. There was the failure right there. See the parts of the nozzle are flying around? I know, subtle. But now look, the other reason why I know it's throat, well, keep in mind the nozzle liner and extension failing could have pulled the throat with it, right? It could have pulled it with. But look at the way that the flames are propagating out of the booster aft skirt. The booster aft skirt is acting as your nozzle. So let's go back to this picture. If the booster aft skirt is acting as the nozzle, that means this part is gone too. Because if that was the case, if it failed like right here, right? If it failed right there or right there, you wouldn't see the flames completely filling up the aft skirt. You wouldn't see that. The flames are coming out of the aft skirt like it's a nozzle. That only happens when you lose the entire aft segment. So you know what, dudes? Now that I'm really thinking about this, I don't think, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't think the throat failed. I think the whole aft segment failed. Because look at the way the flames are coming out of this thing. Flames are coming out like the SRB, there's nothing here. Like the gases are just flowing out and going out the sides. Especially up at the top. And judging by the amount of FOD that came out of this thing, I think the aft segment failed completely. That's crazy, dude. In fact, it absolutely failed. It failed completely. And what sucks is that it fried whatever thrust vector control systems were in there. Those probably got shot out too. And you're seeing burn through on the aft skirt, which is, that's bad. It looks like they had, my guess, rarest would be, oh, yep. See that right there? Whatever that is, see that bright thing that comes out? Whatever that is a piece of the SRB that detached. See that? Yeah, it's over there somewhere. Oh, yep, there it is. You see pieces of it up there. See it? See it flying away? Dude, you could see pieces of it. Look. Look. Watch. Watch what comes out of the fireball. Right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that nozzle's gone. The whole aft segment is destroyed. That's really bad. Yeah, that's really bad. That's not SRB fuel. If it was solid rocket fuel, Hellfish, it would be on fire. That's not on fire. That piece got ejected in a ball of fire. Dude, like, once again, I don't mean to doom and gloom. I'm thinking this whole part is gone. And it could have been from a throat failure. You're not likely to see that from a liner failure right here. So the liner is where the ablator nozzle connects to it. And there's a little bit of a liner piece that allows the nozzle to move over the fixed throat with the thrust vector control. Right? But, yeah, judging by how the flames were coming out of the aft skirt, I'm going to go ahead and say it's probably gone from about here back. That's... Does Artemis depend on the thrust vector control of the SRB? Yeah. IMO, in your opinion, and you have no data. Keep in mind, I have no data either. They're gonna have to comb through it, and they're gonna have to figure it out. But that looks like throat burn through and complete aft segment failure. I've encountered that pattern of damage during a couple tests years ago. BOLE is using electric thrust vector control, and excessive vibration loads or improper load transfer will destroy it. And on the other side, they were also doing thrust vector control tests that could nozzle collapse from side loads. Adding a new thrust vector control system could also alter exhaust flow dynamics, causing uneven heat distribution and pressure spikes. Yeah, Baron, I was more talking about what happened. In terms of what caused it, I don't know. I know that the throat failed, though, but yeah, that's a good point. There's a bunch of things that could have caused that. I know, I'm observing what happened here. But yeah, possible. SRBs might seem simple, but they're not. It's a complicated thing. You're controlling a gigantic explosion. I think it was throat failure due to erosion caused by too much pressure. If I recall correctly, there's a point where too much pressure increases erosion but won't pop the SRB. Possible. Pick from a couple of days ago without the aft skirt. Yeah, see all up in here? Okay, so here's your extension. This piece right here, that's the liner piece right there, that white stripe. And then you have the throat down there. Like I said, dudes, we saw flames coming out over here. After something popped completely, we saw the flames come out in the aft segment was being used the aft skirt was being used as the nozzle. Which means that, see where all those bolts are down there? That means that failed completely. The reason why is because if you see this white part right there, if the throat and the aft chamber in the aft segment if it was just the throat that failed, all right, you would have seen the flames shoot out in like a straight line, but we didn't. We saw, because if this piece was still there, the flames would have shot out and gone this way and then up, right? But we didn't see that. We saw flames. We saw the aft nozzle segment being used as your nozzle, or the aft skirt being used as a nozzle, which means it failed up here. See where these triangles are? That means this whole, basically from where those triangles are, back is gone. It's gone. And we saw it shoot out the side. And for what it's worth, that definitely is electric thrust vector control. That's ETVC right there. Actually, look, they have the booster clocked 45 degrees from where I thought. So the x-axis thrust vector controller is actually at like the 2 o'clock position. And the y-axis thrust vector controller is at like the 4 o'clock position. The failure came from over there. It came from the very top of the booster. So it failed up here somewhere. So I'm going to rule out thrust vector controller. Was one of those things labeled inert? Possibly, Tessa. I doubt that thing got out of there unscathed. That's a billet aluminum aft skirt. Guys, look at the ortho grid. It's billet. It's a billet aluminum aft skirt. Why would you? Okay. And it's bolted together. See the bolt on the flange? That's the flange point between the two segments, and it's bolted together. Why? Okay. Why billet? You know, Aaron, I'm not sure. Hey, remember when we said different expansion rates a second ago and how they could cause problems if you're using differential materials? Remember you mentioned that? Yeah. You remember that. That was fun. That was funny. This has been a cursed year for spaceflight. No, I mean FYI, I don't think so, dude. I think that, and also look at the trash can if you want scale here. This is a gigantic freaking booster. It's very, very big. I don't think so, dudes. What I do think is going on here is that the space program is changing. Everything's changing. That's why we see failures. Everything is changing, not because of like enshittification or anything, or entropy. The industry is changing, and the industry is trying new things. Carbon casing boosters, right? Stainless steel pressure vessels. You know, the industry is changing, and they're trying. You see new things. You're trying new things with rocket science instead of just doing what you've been doing for the last 50 years. Explosions are going to happen. I don't think this is a mark towards Northrop Grumman. I think they should put another one on a test stand, dude. But the thing is that Northrop Grumman doesn't seem to be too incredibly hardware rich in their program. The program manager, I forget his name. I think his name was John. He said that they're going to go through the data on this for 6 months and then maybe test another one. That's not hardware rich. But if you're trying something as new as this, there's a reason why you probably want to do some hardware rich testing, especially when you're trying a bunch of new things all at once. Did it pop again? Here, Penta, let me show you.
T plus 60 seconds.
Oh.
Enable the delete.
Accumulators enabled.
Watch. It's a very subtle failure. I'll show you.
T plus 100 seconds.
Watch. Oh. You see that little guy?
Activate aft deluge.
That's bad.
Activated.
That's also bad.
Whoa.
T plus 110 seconds.
Yep, there's the yeah. Oh, wow.
Activate forward deluge.
Man, watching that in real time, dude, it didn't take long for that aft segment to yeet out the back of the vehicle. Holy crap. So, check this out. Look.
T plus 100 seconds.
Throat failure, right there.
Activate aft deluge.
Total nozzle failure, right there.
Whoa.
T
and
plus
then,
110
boom, aft
seconds.
segment gets shot out.
Activate forward deluge.
That's bad. That's really bad.
Activated.
Yeah. It exploded when they started the deluge. Could that have factored in? The deluge system on this Dean is not what you think it is. It's not like a water suppression system. To my knowledge, this little lever arm thingamajigger here, that's the deluge system. There's basically a gas nozzle here right? And when the booster flameout happens, they turn this thing in there to extinguish the fire. That's what we've seen in the past. And I think it did do it, but I think they cut the camera.
T plus 100 seconds.
Activate aft deluge.
Activated.
Whoa.
T plus 110 seconds.
Activate forward deluge.
Activated.
Man, that thing got some distance.
Activated.
Whoa.
T plus.
Listen. When this second explosion happens and you see the nozzle shoot out and you see part of it, or not nozzle, you see part of the aft segment shoot apart and go up here somewhere, you hear the lady go, watch, listen.
110 seconds.
Activate forward deluge.
Activated. T plus 120 seconds.
So right now, because you have a loss of chamber pressure, it's basically just shooting fire out the back. It's a nice flamethrower. See how the flames aren't going like all the way up the hill? It's an extreme loss of efficiency because your flow rate...
Activate head end CO2.
Astro 95,
Activated.
Real-time reaction was priceless.
Activate
Keep up the solid work.
Quench tool forward, command forward.
Dude, she can't
Activate
even talk straight. Astro 95, $10 super chat. Keep up the solid work. Thanks, man. And keep in mind, this is all speculative on my part. I'm probably wrong, but that's definitely what it looked like. Right after the third pop, you could see some green in the middle of the cloud. Yeah. See, this is why at this point, dudes, the guy is still talking. He's like, oh, T plus this second, T plus 6 second, because the booster should still be lit. It should fly for 2 minutes 30 seconds on a booster burn like this. So it should, it's 120. So 150 seconds should have been flame out, if I'm understanding that right.
T plus 100 seconds.
Activate aft deluge.
Activated.
Whoa.
T plus 110 seconds.
Activate forward deluge.
Activated. T plus 120 seconds.
Maybe the deluge system is not the that thing, guys. I'm not sure. Joe Barnard 1, NASA 0, in your face!
Activate head end CO2.
Activated.
Activate quench tool forward, command forward. Activate aft CO2.
Yeah, you can see over there's parts of the nozzle over here and over here and over here that are now causing a gigantic fire.
Activated.
Yeah, part of it landed over there. So, see, there's the swing arm.
TVC power is disabled.
That swing arm.
Roger.
Oh, the TVC power is disabled. Oh, that's good.
T plus 160.
Hey, hold on, what did she say?
TVC power is disabled.
Roger. T plus 160 seconds. T plus 170 seconds. High-speed data operators. Stand by.
Interesting, FYI. See, there's your CO2 suppressor. There's not much to suppress out, believe me. All the flames came out. It let out all the freedom a little too fast. Yeah, I don't need to worry about the thrust vector controller. It's probably up the hill. Probably like a mile up the hill. You don't need to worry about shutting it off. It disconnected itself. The carbon fiber segments worked. Except for the aft segment. The aft segment, in fact, did not work. Started pretty good brush fire. Yeah, because some of the aft segments over there, some of the nozzles over there, and over there, and over there, and over there. Yeah. You know what I'm kind of curious, guys, about? Here, let me go over here. Great success. I am now very curious about when the Omega nozzle failed. When did that pop? So this is, yeah, all right. Let's see.
5, 4, 3.
Here, let me get my timer out just in case they're not calling it. All right, ready?
2, 1, fire.
We have ignition of Omega's first stage,
T
a
plus
major
5
milestone supporting the future of national security space
T plus 10 seconds.
for the U.S. Air Force.
It is a new design.
20 seconds.
Joe, it's a carbon fiber SRB instead of steel like the space shuttles.
T plus 30 seconds.
All right, so the BOLE booster failed at like 100 seconds and change.
T plus 40 seconds.
Same test stand for what it's worth.
T plus 50 seconds. T plus 60 seconds.
This test wasn't serious. The one that went today, yeah, absolutely.
T plus 80 seconds. T plus 90 seconds. T plus 100 seconds.
So that's where the BOLE booster failed.
Enabled. T plus 110 seconds.
Open the accumulator enable valve.
Accumulator is enabled. T plus 120 seconds.
So, guys, the other reason why I knew that the entire aft segment came off is because, well, fortunately for us, with Omega, they had the nozzle. The nozzle had problems. So the nozzle exploded. And when the nozzle exploded, it blew the aft skirt off completely. Or actually, no, that one didn't have an aft skirt. So we know that this was a nozzle failure. It was the nozzle. You could see it. And how the flames are coming out after the nozzle fails and not the throat, right? How that's happening? It's shooting it out in basically a column. Like, watch after it fails.
T plus 120.
See how the flames are coming out of there? Now, if the booster skirt was there, the booster skirt would be up here where my mouse cursor was somewhere. So if the throat didn't fail, you would have seen that coming out of the back of that booster. That's not what we saw. We saw flames coming out basically using the aft skirt as the nozzle. Watch.
Activated.
No, hey, come back.
T plus 110 seconds.
Yeah, see that? See that light, that piece that just came out of there? That is this piece in there. It's this entire piece, the entire back part where it starts to curve down, shooting out. Because if the throat failed or the nozzle liner failed, right, you would see a concentrated flame coming out like that. It would kind of be, coming out like this, but we didn't. We saw it expand sideways. That sideways expansion is an entire aft segment delamination, I guess would be the right way to say that.
Activate aft deluge.
Activated. Whoa.
T plus 110 seconds.
There goes your,
Activate forward deluge.
Activated.
T plus 120 seconds.
So when they go to the next shot, look at how the flames are coming out. They don't really burn from top to bottom. Not an SRB like this. They burn outwards. That's how they control. That's how they control the
Activate
throttle.
head and CO2.
With combustion chamber variable geometry, because
Activated.
your combustion chamber burns because it's solid rocket fuel.
Activate quench tool forward, command forward. Activate aft CO2.
Activated.
So see right there. Back it up a little bit. See how the aft skirt is working as your nozzle? Dude, the entire aft segment failed. That's bad. You were asleep? What did you miss? All right, Andrew, we'll take a look. This was the BOLE 5-segment booster test. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good, up until about 100 seconds.
T plus 100 seconds.
Yeah, see that? See that little guy?
Activate aft deluge.
Yeah, that...
Activated.
Yeah, that's bad.
Whoa.
T plus 110 seconds.
Activate forward deluge.
Activated.
T plus 120 seconds.
So my running hypothesis now is that the entire back from basically see where that tape is? The inside of that. So all right, let's zoom in a little ways. Okay, so you see where the throat bolts into the aft segment right there, and see all those bolts right there? And then see you have the concave part of the aft segment, and then you see where these billet, the aluminum stringer is right here, where these triangles are. Everything from here back failed, is gone. It's up the mountain somewhere. That's my running hypothesis. The entire aft segment failed completely. But the entire aft segment failed after, looks like they got burned through up here, right where my mouse cursor is. It looks like they got a burn through right in this area here, or somewhere right there at the throat, which is the hottest part. Non-uniform heating inside of the nozzle or throat. It blew out the aft booster. It blew out, well, basically blew this out, blew the nozzle out, and then blew the aft segment completely out. That's what those big explosions were. Now, what caused that? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have the data in front of me. I wouldn't be able to tell you. What I can tell you is that part of the SRB is up the mountain, and it really shouldn't be. Wasn't Northrop Grumman supposed to make solids for new ICBMs? Well, their solid fuel clearly works really well. Yeah, Baron. Yeah. Looks like it failed at almost the same time for the ultimate failure. Well, the Omega rocket failed at about 154 seconds, believe it or not, which would be closer to 120 seconds, right? 118 seconds versus 102. And it looks like the nozzle failed, Tessa, on Omega. I'm telling you, the throat failed here. You see the difference? It wasn't the exact same explosion, right? It wasn't the same thing. We saw a completely different bit of behavior here, which tells me that it's throat and not nozzle, because that nozzle looks very similar. Could be different, though. I don't know. From Northrop Contact, failure was at the nozzle throat. From the Northrop Contact, Vulcan, failure was at the nozzle throat casings. Failure was at the nozzle. Throat casings don't show any issues. Initial belief is that erosion modeling from subscale testing didn't scale as expected, and they had been very aggressive with the nozzle build on this motor. Don't seem too bothered. Yeah, they got another one. Put another one on the test stand. Send it. Failures at the nozzle. Throat casing. I don't know, man. It could be the liner. So if it's not throat or anything, if it's not throat, the aft segment of these style of SRBs. So see how there's a highlighted segment piece right here? That's the nozzle extension. The nozzle extension is where this thing has thrust vector control. The throat and the small part of the nozzle right here, so that it converges, right? And then it starts to diverge, and then you have a liner, and the liner is attached to your nozzle. There's a seal right there. Could have been that failed too. Ultimately, they're going to have to go up the mountain, Vulcan, to figure out where the aft segment is, because, dude, I'm pretty sure, I mean, keep in mind this is a cascading failure. I'm pretty sure that, like, from about here back is, like, up the hill a little ways, and probably on fire. Yeah, maybe, Tessa, yeah. If it had failed there, the entire aft skirt would have come off. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I disagree, my friend. So check this out, dude. Want to see something interesting? So Vulcan, what's tipping me off for this, all right? So take a look.
10 seconds.
Nope. What's tipping me off for this is like right around 100 seconds, dude.
Ooh.
So
plus 100 seconds.
Watch. You had your initial failure right there. Now that could have been the liner, could have been the extension, but so right there, that's telling me either the liner. Well, actually, I suppose you're probably right with initial failure, because I'm talking about what happens after this, which I don't know if that counts for good data or whatever. No, it doesn't. Like, that's not your initial point of failure. So either the throat or the liner popped, and from what you're saying, it's not throat, but yeah, okay, I'm seeing it. So guys, see how the flames aren't completely coming out the booster aft skirt? See how the flames are this way? That kind of lines up with Omega, with what Omega's doing right there. So yeah, could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's fine. I know I'm not wrong after what happens after that, though.
Activate.
Like after that, see the booster aft. See Vulcan, check this out. The booster aft skirt is being used as a nozzle, so that tells me that the entire back of that is not existent anymore. Part of it is right there, and maybe right there, and this little piece right here, here. See what I'm saying? I was saying it was the throat. I missed a comma in my first sentence. Oh. Yeah. So, well, they're going to have to find some pieces of it, because the pieces of the throat are over there. So, dude, I mean, you might, yeah. I mean, well, Vulcan, that's interesting, because that's what I was saying before. That's a failure at the throat. It's not at the extension, because of the way the flames, it's, okay, cool. So that, okay, all right, I read your sentence wrong. I was like, maybe, I don't know, dude. Like, so back this up. What tipped me off to it is this shot right there. Look where that flame comes out. And more importantly, look where the direction of that flame is going, okay? So peep this, dude. BOLE is built a fair bit differently than the RSRBs. Yeah. Let me see if I can find you a diagram. Yeah, I would love to see a BOLE comparison, because I've been using the RSRBs. So check this out. Look at how this thing pops, dude. So something fails right there, and then you clearly have a jet here that's pointed up, right? You have a jet that's going this way. Now, I know what you're saying. Like, how, well, EJ, the flames are going that way. Well, the flames are going up. They're going up. They're hitting the booster skirt, this kind of conic segment at the very back, and then they're going out. Because if there was a failure and the flames were going that way anyway, they would just get caught up with the plume. This is a radial nozzle, a radial throat burn through, which means like if the flames are going that way, those flames are going this way. That's not good. What do I always say about rockets? If you're exploding in more than one direction, you got a big problem.
Activate aft deluge.
And then right there is where the thing fails completely. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and say that that's probably where the entire aft segment gave up. I'm going to retool stuff around a little bit. And then the pieces that the ejecta that you see that happens after that is most likely anything that was inside of that booster skirt. So like that part, that ratchet strap, whatever these pipes are. Wait, was this today? Yeah, BOLE had a little bit of an oopsie doopsie. Here, but I'll show you. It's very subtle. I noticed that it failed after gimbal test both times.
T plus 100 seconds.
Oh.
Activate aft deluge.
Activated.
Whoa. T plus 110 seconds.
Yeah, you can see part of it fly out over there. It got some good distance, dude.
Activated.
T plus 120 seconds.
SRBs don't backfire, dude. Your flames are going in one direction. The non-uniform heating, Tessa, I'm not even going to speculate as to why that happened, dude.
Activate head end.
That's frankly out of my wheelhouse, man. I don't know. That's why I want Vulcan to... I have good photos to show what bit failed. Let me send it to you on Discord. All right. That's why I'd be curious to see a diagram of the BOLE booster, because then I might be able to tell you what's different. I don't even know what caused this thing. I know that it's non-uniform heating. There's a lot of things, and this is where I run out of talent, so to speak. There's a bajillion things that could cause that. Without the data in front of me, I have no idea. How? It's an SRB. What is this, 1997? What do you mean? Also, man, I'm really happy that I took a break from working in the shop. If we were covering this in the shop, we'd be having a weird time right now. Oh, look, the part that is now up the mountain. Let me see. Let me check this stuff, Vulcan. I can't believe they let you take pictures of this stuff. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so see that blue part? That blue part's non-existent. Yeah, that blue part is gone. It's up the hill. The blue part is the part that's still attached. You sure about that? You sure about that? This is a solid rocket booster. Vulcan, okay, idiot question time. Are these steel? Are there clevises? Are they still using steel clevises? So it's a carbon mandrel winding with a metal clevis? Impressive that it didn't explode more than it did. When I see a failure, I see something slightly wrong, which isn't. It just scares me for no reason. Oh, no, this is cool, man. This is fun. I enjoy this. And I'm not enjoying it to dump on Northrop Grumman, dude. Like, I'm enjoying it because this is awesome. Like, figuring this out is super cool. And they will figure it out. I ain't worried about that. They're Northrop freaking Grumman. They're going to figure it out. You see those things that they used the other day? There was 6 of them that went in one direction and 9 of them that went in another direction. I ain't worried. It's just cool to try and figure out what went wrong. You know? It uses a metal clevis. And no one got hurt. Bingo. That's the big one. Fail on a test stand all you want, dude. I'm totally cool with that. Blow it up. Blow it up 1,000 times. I'm fine with it. Yeah, they're using a metal clevis. Interesting. Damn, dude, that's impressive. And the B-21 Raider is, yeah, a better version of that. The TVC being only on the nozzle extension is weird, right? It's not weird at all, May. The Space Shuttle has been doing that for 30 plus years. Yeah. Morton Thiokol invented that. Pretty awesome. In the second photo of the 3 you sent, wait a minute, these all say Futuramic. Did Futuramic make these? Make these parts? I know Futuramic. That's pretty cool. In the second photo, in the 3 I sent, that's the bit that failed and came out. Yeah, that part? Yeah, okay. Like I said, guys, I don't think it's a knock or anything towards Northrop Grumman. It's just this stuff takes time to get right. That's all. We're trying new things. That's pretty cool that they're using steel clevis. So, okay. Anybody that knows anything about space flight knows about the Challenger disaster, okay? Challenger disaster had to do with O-rings in the segmented SRBs. So the SRBs for SLS, the space shuttle, are made out of segments, right? The reason why is because that right there is one piece. Moving that around, yeah, well, solid rocket fuel, let's just say it's very dense, like me. Moving that around in one piece would be ridiculous. Nothing could move that. Only a crawler transporter could move one of those things. So they move them in segments because these segments are insanely heavy, right? Challenger disaster, when Challenger happened, there were O-rings, okay? Those, everybody knows about the O-rings between the segments. Yes, those O-rings, okay? That is, so the O-rings are in what's called an attachment clevis on the SRB. So basically part of the SRB, like what you see right there, see there's a channel in there? It's shaped like this if you looked at it on the side. The top of a segment is shaped like this. The bottom of the segment is shaped, actually nowadays it's shaped like that. And the clevi pick up on each other like this. The O-rings are in between where the two clevis attach, okay? It's very interesting to me that Northrop Grumman, well, go with what you know. That's actually super cool. They're going with a steel clevis. A steel clevis, and if I'm looking at this correctly, it has the rim on the inside there. See this beveled piece on the inside at the bottom of the clevis? That's a 3 O-ring design. So that's using post-Challenger SRB design. So it's a 3 O-ring clevis that's made out of steel. Because go with what you know. They tried doing that differently in the 80s and it didn't work. Well, it did work, except if you launched it in the cold. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is that Northrop Grumman did some pretty damn cool material engineering here because they have steel. They're using the steel clevis with the 3 O-ring design. Go with what you know. And that is actually mated to carbon fiber booster, carbon fiber barrels, which is, dude, that's actually pretty cool. It's not cool that part of it's up the hill on the test stand, but hey, wait, whatever. Up the hill at the test stand, but it's fine. Yeah, dude, look at that. I never noticed until I saw this test, dude. Look at that. Oh, that's trick, dude. How did they get the metal to adhere to that? How did they get the metal to adhere to the carbon fiber? That's cool, man. That's cool. Dude, that's some really trick material science. Hypothetically, what would have happened if it failed on an actual flight? Methane, that would have triggered an abort of Orion's launch abort system. Absolutely. Yeah, that would have absolutely triggered an abort. But that's why you test, baby. That's why you test. I've got PTSD from Titan. Keep in mind, fellas, this is an outward pushing pressure, not inward pushing pressure. Carbon fiber is very, very good at tensile. It's very good at tensile forces. It's not good at compression forces. They figured that one out the hard way. Oh, this is basically what the motor looks like at the moment. Yeah. Oh, nice, Vulcan. You got a picture of exactly what I'm talking about. See, dude, I think that, see this piece right here? I think that piece failed too. That's just my hypothesis, though. I think this thing failed. You see where the extension bolts right here. I think it's that piece. I don't know if that's the same piece. I would say anything. Okay, so here's the aft segment, the aft steel segment right here. I'd say anything south of this is probably gone. And from what I can tell, dude, from how the flames are propagating, it's just how the flames are propagating. You tell me. This is probably burned through a little bit, probably charred here. Because that's the aft dome, is it not? Right here? Or no, the aft dome's over there. Yeah, okay. All right. No, I'm getting my pieces confused. We're talking about the same thing, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was me. That part is gone. That part's non-existent. This part is okay. I'm still gonna say that it's probably a little cooked, but it's all right. Yeah, I'm one step down from where I should have been. That one. So the blue part. I don't know, man. Vulcan, I'm not saying your friend's wrong. I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that part of that aft segment is probably not there. Part of it, not all of it, but part of it's probably not there. Hey, FYI, I got Twitch now. Oh, okay. Cool. I don't think it fully came off because of the skirt, right? The skirt is attached to this flat part of the blue segment, but I'm going to say that part of it probably went a little bit. Because if the throat failed, it's going to shoot hot gas out this way and probably melted some of that from the inside out. I'm just saying that based off what I saw with the flames, dude. That's not like my crazy hypothesis that I'm never going to let go of, right? Like, just after point of failure, dude, watch. We'll just take a look. So right there, throat, right? Right there, complete nozzle failure, right? And dude, Vulcan, just look at what I'm saying. Look at how those flames are coming out there, dude. Now keep in mind, this is in atmosphere. We're not at sea level, right? So you're going to get a little more expansion than usual, right? Because Utah's up in the mountains, right? But look at how the flames are propagating out of the nozzle, or the SRB skirt is acting as your nozzle now. So if part of that aft segment, if the aft segment was still here, well, like the aft segment would go down here like this, right? If that was the case, the flames would be coming out over here and going up, similar to Omega, like that. Dude, I'm not trying to be a dick. I think part of this is gone. Not the entire thing. We didn't lose the whole thing. I thought that they lost the whole thing, but you're right. See those bolts those bolts right there are where the skirt goes to it. So yeah, obviously you didn't lose all of it. I'm gonna say this is probably from maybe like here back is kaput. Omega had no skirt. No, I know. I understand that. And its aft dome did not fail. Without the converging nozzle, the pressure really drops, so that adds to the expansion. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm thinking part of this got cooked, dude, because if it didn't, it would have looked like that. And I understand we didn't see any aft skirt, but look at that. If that part was there, it would be converging and it would be down here somewhere, right? But we're not seeing that. We saw flames come out the booster skirt. Like flames are up here. I don't think that, I mean, don't get me wrong, you lost the throat, so you're not going to have a good day anyway, but I don't think the gas would come out of this dome segment and then go immediately up like that. They would shoot out and up. You know what I'm saying? Chris Titus Tech, thanks for the raid, man. We got a raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Sedan is 4,300 feet above sea level. Thanks. Yeah. How does the thrust vector control move the nozzle? So these types of SRBs use a these types of SRBs have a liner and an extension. The extension moves on it's this piece right here. That piece kind of is a ball and socket over the end of the nozzle almost, and the thrust vector control is attached to that. So what's going on, Raiders? Chris, Titus Tech, what's going on, guys? We were just watching the so Northrop Grumman and NASA were testing their next generation rocket booster here for Artemis missions. Here, I'll show you guys what happened. I don't think it went right. Just watch. Right around 100 seconds, something, maybe something failed.
T plus 90 seconds.
Open the accumulator enable valve.
So just yeah,
accumulator is enabled.
T
so watch
plus
up the top.
100 seconds.
Yep, see that? Yeah, that's not great. That's really
Activated.
not great. Yeah,
Whoa.
that's bad.
T plus 110 seconds.
I'm just going out on a limb there.
Activated.
T plus 120 seconds.
Anyway, guys, I don't think I know Chris Titus Tech. What does Chris do? What games does Chris play? If at all. I mean, you could be on Twitch and not play games at all anymore. Hey, Chris. Mostly Linux content. All right, right on. Cool, man. I like rockets and cars and video games. I do all three of them on this Twitch channel. Right now, we're doing rockets. Well, we are. I don't think Northrop Grumman is. I don't think they are, dude. But that's cool, man. What type of Linux stuff do you do? I also have a famous utility for Windows debloat. And that's about it. Ah, cool. Yeah, everyone could use a little bit of Windows debloat. Am I right? Am I right? That's cool, man. Right on. Sweet. Maybe thrust is getting between that ball and sockets in Tessie. It looks like that may have been what happened, but the thing is that that ball and socket is right at the throat where we're saying failed. So yeah, yeah. RM -RF Windows System 32. Is it a new design? Yeah, it's a new design. It's a test, dudes. I wouldn't, like, it's a failure. I'm pretty sure they probably already know what happened, bro. So don't, it blew up. It's better if it does it here. Better if it does it here than...
Activated.
Better if it does it here than anywhere else. That's the best place for that thing to do that. So Northrop Grumman's going to adjust their analysis because it was clearly wrong, or just a little bit off. They're going to adjust it. They'll put it out on Sedan again and send it. They might do it on a little bit of a slower timeline than our buddies over at SpaceX, but whatever. All right, what's this link, Phil? What do you got? Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Can we go back to talking about explosions? Can we go back to talking about explosions? It's really worth it to switch in 2025. Yeah. Anyway, Chris Titus Tech, thank you very much for the raid, dude. Guys, Chris does stuff with Linux. I'm going to go over there and give Chris a follow if you guys don't mind. I'm going to go give my boy a follow over there. You should too. Technically, that was talking about an explosion. More recent explosions. Anyway, For the people that are over in Chris's stream, if you guys don't know me, I'm EJ. I do spaceflight commentary here, and I play spaceflight video games like Kerbal.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, yeah, you're on. Gifted a sub. I'm imminent flight. Imminent flight? Nice. Cool. No, I haven't, Ike. I haven't been out there. So I do commentary on spaceflight, which is what we're doing right now. I also work on my automobiles in my garage, and I play STEM games. Generally try to teach people something here over on Twitch. Use video games too if I have to. But anyway, yeah, that's what I do. Welcome in, everybody. The booster exploded. Yeah, it popped. That was not great. Yeah, you see part of it's there, part of it's over there, a little bit it's over there. My favorite part is whatever popped out the back here.
T plus 110.
Watch. See that big explosion right there? Something came flying out of here, and watch right here. You could see a piece of it.
110 seconds.
Damn, dude, that thing got some distance. You see that thing, man?
Deluge.
Activated.
Whoa. T plus 110 seconds.
Nice distance. Just a bit outside. Ball 4, ball 8. Have you heard of GPR edict? Or GP redict? No, I haven't. Competitive distance. Yeah, that drive must... now watch this. Now watch this drive. Now watch this drive. Derek, what's this? But anyway, we'll figure out what happens from Northrop Grumman here in a moment. If this is the Mark 1 Moonlander, I'm impressed. What do you say? Well, let me take a look. Do you think it counts as a home run? Oh, yeah. Background. Some of that. All right, Derek, what is this? It's a box. Oh, hey, I've been there. I know where that is. Neat. Oh, come on, Blue. You're not even going to show us what's in the box? You have to wait for Christmas? That's probably when they'll launch it. If it's a severed head, I'm going to be very upset. Cool. Cool. I wish they would show us what the hell it is. Yeah, I mean, that's about the size of their lander, Derek. So, I mean, it looks about the size of a new payload fairing. Is that a self-propelled transporter? That's a COMAG. COMAG makes kind of bespoke SPMTs for specific applications. So, yes and no. But yes, but no, but yes. Why didn't they mention the moon then? It could be a payload. but they said they're over the moon about this special delivery. I'm going to go ahead and say that that's their Mark 1 lander, most likely. It might be just a little bit short. Hey, Sitherly, 63-month resub. I'm not sure if it's that. Blue has shown pictures of... Yeah, I don't think it's... I'm not sure if it's that thing. It might be. It looks a little small to be the Mark 1. An SPT. Yeah, right. What does OPS and OPS and MFG, operations and manufacturing? Oh no, not the music. No. Yeah. It looks to be a little bit short, but that's because its landing legs could be folded up, so I think the Aqualex, I think it's because the legs are folded, if I had to guess. But yeah, that's it's definitely large. Large and in George. Cool. Huh. Fellas, that's absolutely the lander. Look at the center of gravity indicator. See that? See the little crash test dummy mark? That's your center of gravity indicator for moving this around. That's awfully low for anything. That's awfully low. Yeah, that's absolutely the lander. So look at where that is correlative to where the Mark 1 landing legs are. So if the landing legs are folded and retracted, and this part of the vehicle right here is sitting on the bottom, right? Your center of gravity is right there. Right? That's a fair distance up from the bottom of this. That seems to be right in line. Seems to be right in line. That's the lander. It's absolutely the lander. Let's beat SpaceX to the moon. I wouldn't rule it out, and that would be quite the boast for Blue. They're certainly going to try, dude. That's what I mean about, that's what I mean about not counting them out, dude. Well, there's doubters out there, like, why would you do it's just, like, same thing with Blue, same thing with SpaceX. Like, look at the hardware, dude. They have that big factory. You think that's just for making new Glens? Right? Like, not you. You know what I mean? Like, counting them out? What are you, crazy? What are you, nuts? Dude, they're going to do amazing stuff, and there's no doubt in my mind. Same with SpaceX. Best part is, as spaceflight fans, we can enjoy both of those things. That's the best part. That's the best part. So what if they beat them to the moon? That means we landed something on the moon. I ain't upset. SpaceX isn't pushing for the moon, but they are contractually obligated to NASA to land something on the moon and do it sooner rather than later. You're a cube, Bloodman. Got him. Got him. Any idea why SpaceX never messed with SRBs? SRBs aren't reusable, Ari. That's why. That's why SpaceX didn't want to do it. SRBs are great for power to weight, but they're not good for reusability. Even if you go and fish them out, you basically have to go ship them back to the manufacturer. The manufacturer has to clean them, and then they have to install a new liner and cast new propellant inside of it. That's not good if you want a high flight rate. Now, I will say this once, I'll say it again. And people, it's not good for like straight reuse, but if you built out the right industrial chain, reusing SRBs makes sense. and could potentially be as low a cost to launch as like a Falcon 9 if you employ them in scale. So i.e. you make a lot of casings. It only really makes sense to recover SRBs if you're trying to do a high flight rate. And if you're trying to do a high flight rate, cost of manufacture goes down. SRBs aren't like necessarily reusable, and the turnaround time to reuse one is quite high. But the turnaround time is still preferable to making new ones, right? It takes a long time to manufacture these things, to manufacture those segments. Does this sound familiar? SRBs only really make sense if you're employing them in mass. And reusing them only makes sense if you're employing them in mass because they take a long time to make. So because they take a long time to make, you're going to have to make a lot of them, right? So you always have an SRB ready to go. You make a huge supply chain, right? Reusing SRBs makes the same sense. It could be potentially as cost effective as reusing a liquid booster like a Falcon and landing it, for the same exact reasons why SpaceX themselves are reusing fairings. Fairings don't cost very much. But if you want to achieve a high flight rate, fairings take a long time to make. So it was in SpaceX's best interest to reuse them. The shuttle program was supposed to do that with SRBs for the same exact reasons. SRBs take a long time to make. They're not particularly expensive. They take a long time to cast all the damn propellant inside of them. You have to basically let the propellant cure like casting concrete. That's how they cast segments, right? So SpaceX didn't want to dabble with that. They wanted to go with all liquid because they wanted to be able to turn around the boosters fast. That's not to say that you couldn't, right? You could scale, you could employ reusable SRBs in mass. You'd have to launch a lot though. And you could potentially be cheaper than Falcon 9 because an SRB has one moving part, technically two. The igniter and the thrust vector control, 2 axes, 3 parts, 3 moving parts. That's it. Dunking them in salt water wasn't good either. They're steel. Don't worry about it. They're marine grade steel. It's fine. The SRBs for the space shuttle program are made out of the same stuff that they make ships out of. There's a really good reason for that. Part of that was the reusability. Yeah, Aqualex, there's also that. That and you have an exceptionally large solid fuel logistics chain like we do for our ICBMs. So Aqualex, it's not as far-fetched of an idea as you might think because we're, once again, refurbishing our ICBM supply chain right now. Northrop Grumman got a disgustingly large contract, I forget, a couple of years ago to do exactly that. So there ain't no shortage of ammonium perchlorate, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Was Falcon 1 supposed to be reusable? I don't think so. Anyway. All right, guys. We ended up doing a gigantic space news segment because of the booster failure. So I think what I'm doing for the rest of the night is we're going out in the shop and getting some work done. Yeah, there you go, Meridian. That's a good point. Okay. Falcon 1 was supposed to be reusable with parachutes. Yeah, frankly, so was Falcon 9. Yeah. I have a few more links for space news. Want to send them? No. Creeper, I think I'm good for the day. We've been doing space news here for about 3.5 hours. They're all super quick ones, but all right. Yeah, no. Let's get back out into the shop. Have you ever been in space? No. Rocket Lab announced their next launch on Saturday morning, less than 48-hour turnaround for the pad. Nice, dude. Cool. Anyway, that was pretty cool. That was a cool rocket launch and booster test review. And your rails need steel it. That's right. Thanks for doing space news. It's great knowing what's going on in the industry. Absolutely, man. I would like to just close this space news with saying that everything that I said about what was going on with Northrop Grumman's booster is entirely speculation on my part, and I'm most likely wrong. Just a little bit of a disclaimer there. But we do know it failed. Yeah. It popped. Yeah, no, that was not supposed to do that. That's about all we know for sure, set in stone. You know, that was definitely not intended behavior. But once again, dudes, Northrop Grumman, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. They're not stupid over there. They got Doug Hurley running the show. They're fine. They will be fine. All right. So I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD on the Twitch side of things. Just stay put here for a second. I'm just going to make my way back out into the shop. And, yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, you're on. What's ridiculous about that is basically a big nothing burger, but hey, whatever. Okay. Stand by for lost signal from the office, as expected. Or just, not for Twitch. Well, kind of. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're starting soon. See, it says it there. Unless you're watching on YouTube VODs, and then we're stopping like right now. So just wait a second. We'll be live again in a second. In fact, if you're still watching the VOD, go click. See if I'm live. I'm probably live right now. Unless I'm not. In which case, wait an hour. Or 3. Or 6. You understand what I'm trying to say. I'll be right back. All of our operators are currently unavailable. Please stay on the line until the next operator becomes available. We will be with you shortly. We appreciate your call. All right, that's enough. Let's start up the YouTube bot. Here we go. Okay, there we go. We got an ALS on YouTube. What's going on? Welcome to the Crew Cab Charger 29.2. I had to split up part 29 into 2 episodes. It's a two episode series for the finale or something. No, I had to split it up because yeah, we were doing some space news stuff. But we're back. Let's get some work done out there. So I'm going to leave the office and we will head out into the shop. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. Come on, mouse. There we go. All right. How's the sync? That was a good clap, man. That was a bad one. Hold on, ready? No, that was still bad. No, these are all bad. All right, I'll be right. Better? Okay. Where's the rear nozzle on the Coronet? Oh, it's gone. I drilled mine out though. It didn't get exploded out the back. All right. Cool. I just followed for your car welding. Easy. All right. Well, thank you. All right. So where were we? I think I coated all this in Steel It to get ready to burn some of it in. Here, let's go to Matrix Cam. Ready? No, this isn't Matrix Cam. Here, hold on. Ready? Neo, do you want to learn the secrets of the Matrix? You have a sweet garage? Thanks, man. Yeah, Bloodman, it's pretty cool. All right, so this came out pretty good right here. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. It's pretty straight, man. Will you install new leaf springs? Yeah, probably, Enzo. Yeah. Paint still tacky? Nope, it's pretty dry. That's good, man. We had a couple of hours for all the paint to dry. It's weld through primer. It's not paint. Yeah, we did a lot of work there. It looks good. Yeah, came out pretty nice. Gucci, very nice. Do we have any more prep that we need to do here for this? Huh. I found something a little weird. There's I'm not sure how or when this happened. There's a hole right here. Couple of things that we got to patch up with the welder. No problem. We can do that and fix the leaf spring too at the same time. It's not a big deal. Cool beans. Man, that thing's strong. Cool. The camera's green because I have a welding filter in front of it for when I weld stuff. Yep. You'll always find something weird when restoring. I gave up on the weird things over a year ago. Yeah, this car has certainly had its fair share of, we'll say, anomalous behavior. All right. So, let me take a look here. Let's go to the green camera. What I'm thinking is all this is good to go. I mean, it's all prepped. We did get the paint and stuff. Ow. Damn thing is sharp. Let me get the lights for you guys. I gotta put the lights in. Here, ready? Oh yeah. There we go. So once again, there's a couple of small indentations here. That's just from where my welds aren't like completely straight, but this is all completely solid. I'm wondering about this pitting over here. I mean, granted, the part that we're going to plug weld is like right there, and the parts that we're going to plug weld is right there. I'm wondering if we should just zap a little bit of material back in here and like right there. But the area around the plug welds seem okay. It's just kind of this area up here where water seems to have gotten trapped. You guys see that? Well, that's already been scraped down, Bloodman, and reprimed. It's already down. That's the metal. We don't need to scrape anything off. The green filter is throwing it off here, dudes. But yeah, I got a welding filter in front of the camera here. We can. See, this has all been, it's all primed with weld through primer. And I did go through here with the grinding wheel and get all the rust off. Well, the areas that we patched it look pretty good, man. I mean, pretty good for me. Frame rail's pretty damn straight. I'm just wondering about that pitting thing, but if not, I'll seam weld the flange on the front. Like the way the leaf spring goes in, there's a flange that goes right here where my fingers are. Look at my fingers. It goes right here. And what we could do is just seam weld right there. That'll do it. The pits could trap water. If it's painted Shogun, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Well, that's the good thing about this, the primer that I'm using. The weld-through primer is, it seals everything up. So I'm not too incredibly worried about it. As long as we have the metal, as long as the metal surfaces are painted, that's good. Yeah, I mean, considering where those back two holes are, there was nothing there a little while ago. Like, when we took this off, we found a huge hole about this big. Like, we had to replace basically all of this right here. That's all been replaced, which is pretty good. That's pretty neat. And it's all backplated too. I put another plate behind it, so it's twice the thickness, which is, I mean, it's very strong. It ain't going nowhere. I don't know. The pitting, the metal is still thick here, guys. That's my big thing. It's still thick, but maybe we should just take a peek at it. I don't know. Probably be a good idea. Since this car won't see much, if any, water driving it, it'll have a very long life once it's all done. Yeah, and once again, if we're really super worried about that, I'll seam weld it up here. We'll seam it right here on the front of that flange to good metal that I know is right there. You see how it's not pitted right where my finger is? See that? Hey, hello. We can seam it to that. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. There's kind of some holes here and there, but like that's just me being a crappy welder. But my welds work, they just don't really look good. But they work. And then the frame rail flange is basically patched from here back, which is nice. Looks good, man. Yeah, we can always zap it to the front right there if we're worried about it. Because the frame rail from here forward, that's the only rust, or not rust, that's the only pitting that's left on the whole damn frame rail. We've replaced everything else, which is good. Which is good, man. All right. And the welding mask fell off the camera. Good. Now that that's all broken, we can put the splash shield back in front of the camera. Oh, of course tape is in the way. Why wouldn't it be? There we go. If you doubt it, fix it now. I'm not doubting it. It's more me second guessing my original thought, but I think we're okay. The metal's thick here. We can seam weld it there. We're not driving, like, this isn't going to be driving around in salt and stuff, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, Bloodman, we kind of got a good spectrum of stuff going. Hey, Brianski, what's up, man? I appreciate the streams, man. You're a great person. Thanks, dude. The community you've built is amazing and makes me want to be a part of it. Oh, thanks, man. I'm trying, dude. Just trying to make my way, I guess. Do you think that super heavy reentry is spicier than the flame trench? No. All right. So if that's the case, if that's what we're going to do here, and that's probably what we're going to do here, spoiler alert. Let's zoom this camera out as best as we can. Okay, we're fully zoomed out. And let's see how this perch fits. I do have to drill more holes in the leaf spring perch here, but that's okay. This needs to go right here. Looks like the tab, ow! Oh, I hit my head on the quarter panel. Yeah, great. It seems like this tab right here on the leaf spring perch, this one, is a little bent out. Like here, I'll show it on the other camera. Look, so check this out. The frame rail is supposed to be right here. See that? Now, if I align that perfectly, right? Look, see this piece? It's bent out just a little bit. That does happen. Yeah. Yeah, we can fix that. That's no big deal. So what I'm saying is, like, the spot where the pitting is happening on the frame rail is right where my finger is. It's actually behind the flange. The two holes line up right here, and the two back holes line up with this, right? If I have to seam the front, we can seam weld it right there on the good metal. The pitting is actually right here. It's right where my fingers are pinching. It's actually behind that flange, so I'm not too worried about it. As long as we just undercoat the snot out of it. And both of the surfaces are coated in weld through primer at this point. So I ain't worried about it, dudes. Now, it doesn't look like this piece is square, like these two frame rail tabs are square. Or the tabs for this are. Yeah. Yeah, see the gap right there where my finger is? Look at close. Yeah, those are supposed to be square. That's okay. It's not a mark on the part or anything. They bend around in shipping and whatnot. Not every part's going to be perfect. So here's what we do. Take the Craig clamp, right, put it right here. Tighten it up so it works. Yeah, don't really have the clearance to do it. And just bend the sucker just a smidge. It should bend itself into place when you bolt it in. Bolt it in. We got to weld it. Okay, we got to weld the sucker into place. So I'll get my very, very special metal bending tool here. There. Much more aligned. Now let's test for fit again. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Good. We're going to need to clamp the snot out of that thing into position, but looks like a second pair of hands could be useful. Always. Here's how I did it with the other one, though. We're not done. I'm just testing fitment here. Nice. It's actually not bad. This is actually pretty good. You know, I'm gonna need to. We still got to drill and stuff, but. It's pretty level, and I know this part has to be level. This is the trunk extension flange. And then are we level between the perches? Yeah, pretty much. There's too much stuff on the floor, dang it. Nice. It's pretty good. Here, Vivitar Cam. See that? That's pretty good fit, man. I mean, this thing needs to go up just a little, right? To get into place like right there. But you know, let me let's get that rear cross member out. So we can use the bumper tab holes once again to line everything up. I'm just trying to get some alignment here. I mean, that's sagging just a little bit because we're not, maybe I could get another clamp. I don't think I have another one. I just have G clamps. You know, I might be able to use those. Give me one sec. What I'm doing is I'm trying to mock everything up here to, I'm putting the back cross member on, which is that cross, this dark cross piece right here. I'm putting that on there to just make sure that where the perch is more or less where it needs to be. I mean, it's pretty damn close. Pretty damn close is not going to fly exactly, but you know, let me put like the level in the center here and then move that up into position. Yeah, that thing, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, obviously it needs to go up. That's fine, that's okay. You just got to make sure that it's level with the other leaf spring perch, guys. If it's not, we're going to, the car will go down the road crooked, like with one side higher than the other. Definitely don't want that. That's bad for suspension. Don't you have gearbox? Yeah, of course I do. I just haven't gotten it yet, man. Yeah, see? All good. It ain't no problem. Ain't no thing. Yeah, you lift this thing into position and then she's good to go, man. Maybe put this on the rear tab instead. Nah, we'll clamp it where it was before. Yeah, we just gotta, if we put it in ultimately where I'd want to zap this thing, where we'd want to burn it in, we are pretty damn straight. Now, before we put the rear cross member in, guys, I got to do a couple more things here. But, like, finish the frame rail extension. Because the frame rails are, both been sectioned from here backwards. This one I already replaced. Probably shouldn't have right off the bat, but we needed to start somewhere, you know? But the other side we got to fix. That's okay. It's going to be easier to do with the rear leaf spring purchase in, because now I know exactly where I need to build metal. I thought I ended up building enough into this that I made this long enough, but there's actually a pretty big gap to the back of the frame rail, which is, yeah, not great, Bob. That's okay. Everything is fixable. And yeah, I mean, blood. I'll probably get the floor jack out with the 2x4 to hold that thing in position. That's how I burned the other one in. But I'm getting this. We're probably not going to burn the rear cross member in today, which is that horizontal piece that's going across your screen left to right. I'm not going to burn that in. We're just going to get this leaf spring in, the leaf spring perch, and then go from there. We are. That's very encouraging, though. Seeing that's pretty sick. But it does look like I didn't build enough material in here. I thought I made that the right length, but nope. No, I did not. Now, let's run through. I mean, obviously, I'll get the jack under there. I'll put that thing up. We'll get it into the right spot, measure it again, make sure it's good. After that, any objections? I think measure 8 times. Yep. All right, well. Right there is perfectly level. That's level on the cross member. Now, the tabs here aren't really jiving together. This thing is not lining up. The bumper hole is not lining up. Hang on, get rid of this. Take the rear cross member off. That was just so it looks cool. Let me get my levels. And I'm gonna put my small level on the leaf spring perch, and that's not level at all. See, that's what I was worried about. With the second clamp in there, though, that's a lot better. Cool. Yeah. I don't know how well you guys can see that bubble, but yeah, that's definitely, hang on. Right there would be the right spot to measure. Let's just see if we can get that nice and level. Come on, baby. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of finagling. Let me get my wide level out. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of finagling everything around. I have a level that's going across the entire thing, and then I have a local level here on the perch. We have to find the position. This is going across where the leaf spring hanger is. It's going from hanger to hanger, right? That's got to be perfect. That one's got to be nice and level, right? And this also has to be nice and level. On top of all of that, I have a plumb mark down there that needs to be leveled as well. There. So that more or less is the position where that thing needs to be. So we are more or less in the ballpark here. That's pretty damn close. Can you guys see? You can't see either bubble. How did you go from Kerbal Engineer to this? Doing it and failing a lot. A lot. It's because you need more clamps. Yeah, you always need more clamps, man. So yeah, you guys can't see it, but that bubble is centered. So is that one. So we basically found this thing's home. What I will do is get the cross member again, and we'll see if the cross member decides to go in this time. So the tab right here is not right. That's, I gotta bend that tab up. It's bent down, so I'll do that later. Yeah, it's not exactly lining up with the, so there are these holes on the rear cross member. See those holes right there? These kind of pill-shaped holes, this one and that one. Those are for the bumper brackets. That has to be aligned. It has to be aligned with this one right here on the cross member. If we flip to the other camera, you can see it back there on the left side of your screen. That has to be aligned with that. See that guy right there? They have to be aligned. The way they are, this tab, there's a tab right here that's bent downward, and that's what was screwing me up with the cross member. But using the level makes everything nice and happy. Using a level instead of the cross member. So we could burn that in and then bend that tab to get the cross member nice and level and to get it to line up with the holes. It lines up on the left side, but that's because I bent the left side tab up. My guess is that whatever they did from the factory, like the jig or whatever, probably bent those tabs up, and then they spot welded them, or the clamp to spot weld it probably bent it up a little bit. But yeah. So, all right. So what we got to do with that thing is I actually have to take it off, despite all the leveling here. I just wanted to see if we were in the ballpark. And what I need to do is drill a couple of holes so I could plug weld it from the bottom. And then we'll remeasure it one last time, and then get her done, mater. All right, let's get this piece off. Let me take all my levels. So the last thing we got to do with this is take the drill, and I need to drill a hole here, and I drill a couple of holes right there for the plug welds. So, yeah, here, let me grab a piece of scrap metal here, metal. Put this down here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the drill, we'll punch a couple of holes, and then I'll drill through and I'll have the wood below it just in case, so I don't drill into my own floor. Here, you should be able to see it from that camera angle. Watching this is so much better than the usual German Twitch drama influencers, poo emoji. All right. All right, poo emojis, hell yeah. Let me get my punch. And let me get the brass hammer, that funky whammer. Now one on the back here. Let's get my cutting fluid. This is basically just coolant to make sure that the drill bit stays cool so it doesn't break. I'm gonna dip that on there. And then one, two, three. There we go. Nice. Get the tap magic. We got the tap magic, dog. There we go. I gotta clean the sawdust and poopy doopy nonsense off of here. There we go. Yeah. Sweet. Plug weld holes. Now I'm just gonna file the burr out of those. They left a little bit of a metal burr, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay, pussycat. You know your problem is, pussycat. Isn't that a great noise? Even better. Fitment time. All right, let's check, make sure I didn't bend anything here too much. Cool. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now I got that funky hammer stuck in my head. Yeah. Just had a thought, this would be a good car for air shocks in the back. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what I'll do. Yeah, maybe. Thinking I'll just do something. Just put regular shocks. The Monroes that are in there, dude. God knows how old those things are, man. They've been there for a while. Let me put it that way. Okay, I'm just trying to think. This thing is prepped. It's ready to go. Anything else? Yeah, Couchy, walls are certainly empty, huh? I'm just making sure I thought of everything. So, you know what? I'm going to use the smaller clamps for up here. Okay. Where's the levels? There we go. Let's get that on there, like that. Okay. I don't like the way that one's clamping. Let me get the floor jack. Okay, the floor jack made it not level, so let me just bring the jack down just a smidge. Okay, let me get the wide level. Let me put the wide level at the springs. Make sure we're nice and square. This one says we're a smidge too high. Yeah, come on. Come on, baby. So what I'm doing is I'm checking this level and I'm checking this level as well. This is across frame rail to frame rail, and this one is the local leaf spring perch. Okay, I need to make sure the leaf spring perch is level, and then I need to make sure it's level to the other, to the perch on the driver's side. I already did that, Couchy. Yeah, I already sanded the EDP off. Here, let me give you guys a better view than 3/4. There. You guys can see the close level in that picture. Now watch this level. Now watch this drive. So, got to make sure that that and that are dead center. Almost got it. I'm very close. Okay. All right. The center level is in, the bubble is in, right? So let me just show you. This is in, the bubble's in the marks, but it's that way just a little bit. It's that way because the jack is putting a little bit of pressure on that thing to get that thing to be straight. So if we burn that in, then let the jack go, that should fall dead center. At least get it, at least tack weld it. I got to put my tack in a place that's easy to get at. So, oh, I moved the jack and screwed everything up. Well, that's a real smart thing to do, idiot. If I pull the perch, like remember that tab was a little bent. If we pull this thing in, everything aligns. And we're just, here, let me just lower this just a little bit. Let's take some pressure off the jack. And pull this bad boy, this bad puppy into position here. Okay. As long as I hold that thing together, we should be fine. There's really no good place to clamp it because it's just a weird shape. Let's flip to the other camera. Is that still level? It's pretty close. But if I, once again, if I go to hold this thing in position, there we go. Okay. Is there any place that is there any real place that I could clamp this damn thing? It's not really. I'm just gonna have to hold it in place when I tack it. So I'll hold the dang thing in place when we go to tack. What I'll do is I'll throw my first tack up on the top here where I can get at it if we need to move it again. I can just grind it off. Okay. Big step. Well, they're not clamped for the top. I really can't get a good, like, what I need is to clamp like this on the frame rail. And I'm not sure if I can fit one of these bad boys in there, or even if they have the clearance to do it. Like, we could back this thing out. How far does this back out? Oh, oh. Oh, it'll do it. Nice. I didn't think this thing had the clearance to fit around it. Awesome. Thanks, Craig Clamp. Very cool. Nope. We jacked it too much. No such thing. Got him. Hey, I have to add a little bit of brain rot. It's 2025, okay? All right. Don't move. All right, you guys double check me. Take a look at that level. It looks like there's a gap at the connection between the spring mount and the frame rail to the front end of the clamp. Well, I think I see what you're saying. You're talking about down here. Talking about right there? I don't know how you saw that, but thank you. Now where does that get us? That's pretty freaking level, dude. Yeah, the jack wasn't needed. Dude, good eye, Tech. Holy crap. How the frick did you see that? Like, bro, I ain't even mad. Up. Here, let's just... I gotta make sure that the level is on both of those tabs, because those are straight. Yeah, this frame rail is just a smidge too high, or the other one is a little too low. If we burn this thing in straight, though, we can always jack up the frame rail to get it to be exactly where we need it. That's very, very solidly in there. But see how the bubble is a little bit to one side? I think this frame rail is a little bit, this frame rail might be a little bit too high. Let me just see if I can finesse it a little bit. Do a couple of those bad boys there. Just a little, couple more whamma jammas here. We're level all around. Both levels are dead center. Well, that one's not exactly right, but yeah, Bloodman, I was using the jack already to do that, but it turns out that looks like it needs to go down a little bit. So I'm going to take the jack out, and whoa, this thing moved. Hold up. This thing moved badly. There. Okay. All right. We can always finesse it and finagle it from here. I'm going to zap attack in on the back. Zap attack on the back. I'm going to zap one in over here because just this is an easy spot to get at it if we don't get it right. Yeah, okay, cool. Welding jacket. Let's go. Yeah, LS, you're right. The trunk pan, we should be able to even everything out with the trunk pan. I just want to be sure. I don't want to sit, I mean, I'd like to improve my, let's say, time in the future of aligning the damn trunk pan, because that's going to be rough. And the more time we spend aligning the rails now, the better. All right. Okie dokie. Get my welding mask. Sheet metal screws will be your friend with the trunk pan. I have those, and I have Clecos too. All right, you guys ready? Big moment. Okay, turning on the welder. We're just doing a tack, so the settings, believe it or not, that we had yesterday should be fine. I have my voltage set on C and wire speed set on 3. We have gas verified at 12 liters a minute, and we have a lot of it left. We have about 1,300 PSI in that tank. Okay, grounding strap is on. Okay, flux capacitor. I'm going to move these pieces of wood out of here so they don't catch on fire. Flux capacitor is fluxing. Engine running. Gas is on. Okay, here we go. Okay, she's burned in. Did it move? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Just tack it in. Just tack it in. Just give it a little tacky. Tack, 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 tackaroo. It's good. Tack the front. All right. I tacked the other one basically right there. I might be able to take this clamp off at this point. Yep. Okay. I'm going to move my levels out of the way here. I don't want to melt them with the welder. That tab was bent a little bit. Okay, here we go. Okay, ready? Hey, outdoorsman. Seems like you're watching backbreaking work. No, we're doing all right. We have no green. I know. They're just tack welds, dude. This is all tacks and spots. You don't, as long as the splash shield is in front of it, I don't really care. Unless you guys want to see these tack welds, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna spot these two and then we'll do the rest of them. Actually, I might be able to tack through the frame rail there and there. The camera freaked is all. All right. Camera rolling shutter glitch. All right, you get Vivitar then. Get Vivitar, nerd. I'm just gonna zap more of this in. Wow. Yo, this, I just noticed it now. This is all bent from, like, yeah, that's really bad. That's really out of whack. Like, not me, the factory. That this backing plate isn't even in the right spot. Why did I notice that now after I burned it in? It's low. I mean, we're going to have to, once again, I got to bend all of it up, but. Wow, this whole plate is going down. Like here, I'll show you on the old one. See this back plate? This back plate is like that. It's not straight. It's going backwards on the new part. Why did you have to rust? This part is perfectly straight except for the back where it's terrible. Why? I can fix it. It's not a big deal. It's just more work for us. If I'd noticed it before, probably would have been better, but it's all right. Jack's footage is crazy. Cool. Cool, man. So I was wondering why this piece was so damn low. I had to bend the bottom tab up, but yeah, we're gonna have to, this face has to get bent down a little bit. I'm gonna have to do that. Lovely, lovely party. Pity I wasn't invited. That's really annoying, actually, because that's no fault of mine. Well, I suppose it kind of is, because I'm the one that put it in there now, aren't I? I mean, don't get me wrong, everything is nice and straight, guys. Everything is straight. It's just the back. The very back plate on that leaf spring flange should be like this, right? And it's like that. It's kind of down. It's not much, 16, maybe like 1/4 of an inch. Really, honestly, isn't that big of a deal. It's more annoying than anything. As long as I get it lined up with the bumper bracket, who cares? It doesn't really, that piece can be down like that. As long as it's strong, I mean, it's just a reinforcement piece at the back. It just needs to be attached, you know? Like that's all. I'm just a little annoyed that that's the way that is. Sound like you're trying really hard to convince yourself? You think so? Dude, I just noticed it. I should have noticed that. I should have noticed it. That's on me. So it's this plate back here. See this plate? This plate needs to be up. Probably, I mean, it's not much. 1/8 of an inch at best. It's just, this plate should be like this back piece should be like that. but it's like this. It's kind of going down over here. Like I said, not by much, just a little bit. Enough to be annoying. And this flange is not straight at all. It's not straight. This one is perfect. That one, we're gonna need to get the wrench and bend it down. Wouldn't be the first time we've done that though, so. Is the trunk pan formed to fit it? Yeah, this is not a problem for the trunk pan. It's more the rear cross member. I'm gonna have to take this tab and we're gonna have to bend it up. I'm gonna have to put a bend in it up and then a bend in it back. And then this piece, there's no way that that thing's aligned. It's supposed to be completely flat and it's probably bent a little bit this way because that's not in right. It's not a big deal. We know that this happens. Those parts come in like this. They get shipped around the damn world because they know there's no way they made that here. It'll get tweaked into shape. Yep. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It'll be all right. Just annoying. All right, let's keep burning then. Okay. Yeah, I get you, Element. I get you. All right. Well, at least I know what I need to fix. So, where's the next bit? I'll just burn this top part in. Okay, that's good. It's not my best weld, but which one of these are? So, all right, camera's gonna freak out, dude. So sorry. Just bear with me. Oh, let me get the wire brush and clean that before I weld it. I should have probably cleaned the other one too. Woo! Guys, that's not flush. It's not flush with the frame rail at all. It's not. This is supposed to pick up on that damn frame rail flange, but it's not even close. I had to drop a huge pool of weld in there to get that right. I mean, maybe it's living a bent car part attached to the car is better than rust on the floor. Yeah. Any chance you use Fusion 360? Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't look. Oh, crap. All right, no. I can't get like that. Let's go. Come on. Come on. It's fine. Is it still level? Yes. Okay. I gotta go underneath the car to do this next one. So we'll do where the factory spots would have been. All right, so we got to go through and plug weld. Start at the top, work our way to the bottom. Okay, ready? That's one side. Now, and got it. Well, no turning back now. That's not going anywhere. Just got it. That's not going anywhere. All right, now let's do the front one. Ready? Send it. I missed a tiny little bit on the top right. I'll get it now. Where's the wire brush? I got most of that plug in one shot. There we go. That ain't going nowhere. All right. That shouldn't be like that, dudes. The whole thing is low. Whatever. I'm sorry. I don't think you guys can see what I see on the camera. But then again, I don't know if what I'm seeing is a big deal or not. Can you imagine stick welding the OLM? Yeah, that would suck. In the heat? Yeah, that wouldn't be fun, but I'm sure those guys got paid pretty good for that. It's a pretty good plug. Okay, we can take the clamps off. I'm just worried that this side is just a smidge low, or if this part might be bent. But maybe I'm just worrying too much. Let's just finish welding it. There's just a little pinhole right there. I'm just gonna, there. And I just gotta get after this other side real quick. Okay, dudes. The only ones left are the ones that are on the bottom. So I'm just gonna burn those in. They're down here, you know. They're right here and right there. I don't really have a good way to film welding upside down, so we're just gonna send that. Just gonna send that, if you don't mind. I know some of you do, but I don't care. Oh. All right. So I gotta get the hammer. We had to do this with the other one too. I just had to hammer these into the contour. Like I said, we had to do that with the rail on the other side too, so. Okay. Okay, upside down weld. All right, let's do this. That one's good. Next. I missed. I moved my hand and I hit the side of the up. That was me. I screwed up. First one was good though. Hey, Martin. I expect it will be more than good enough, man. Probably better than new. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 100 kroners. I appreciate it, man. Super chat. All right, let me do this again. Now that's plug welded. I'll show you guys it in a second. We got one more back here. I didn't get all of it. The weld was good, but I didn't. I only filled half of the hole, got him. Why don't you come out, well. Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Technique. Technique. Okay. I'm going to air out here for a second. Let me take the welding jacket off. Okay, she's burned. It's in, and it would be a real pain in the butt to try and get that thing out of there now. Those upside down plug welds, your boy did pretty good. Here, let me show you. First of all, I'm gonna pull the tripod up out of here. No, no, come back. So look at that, dudes. Pretty good, right? Daft question, but what makes the welding jacket I don't know. I'd have to go look. How about those ones? Or where are you? Yeah, there you go. Good? Yeah? All right, cool. I'll get good with this one of these days. But yeah, I'm just worried that it's just because this bracket is bent, it threw off my alignment, but let's just... That'll work. It's straight. She's straight. And are we level across the board? Yes. So, guys, take a look. So that one's good. And if I move you guys out over here, that level is going across from perch to perch, right? So despite that bracket being bent out of shape mess, it's still right. We still got it right. Overhead is so tough. You did great. The bubble is slightly to one side. It's slightly to the right, just a little bit. But we can fish that out when we put the trunk pan in. She's good there. She's good over there. The cable keeps getting caught. Hold on. Come on back now. She's good over there, and she's good right there. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. And here, let me show you guys what I saw. So look, see the flange? That flange is supposed to be level with this. It's out just a little bit. See how it's going down? It's going that way. See what I'm talking about? Focus. See what I mean? That's what I was talking about. Now, for reference, let's look at the other one. See the other one? It's down there. See what I mean? Now, Morton, I know what you're saying. Cars weren't engineered with that tolerance. The factory manual calls for a 1/4 inch. That's about at the edge of what the factory manual recommends. We're in tolerance. We're just going to have to finagle this. We're going to have to finagle this tab. I'm going to have to bend it up and then bend it back to get it to jive right with the cross member, but that's okay. Yeah, see? That's bad. I'm not sure that Chrysler would have accepted this part. That probably would have been a junk. But I already had burned it in when we did it, so we'll live with it. I mean, it's not going to break. It's just annoying. Yeah, that was a crappy quality put together. I could do better than that, and I suck at this, which is saying something. Look at them farm lines. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at the farm lines, boy. Oh yeah. With the bulldog clearances, you should have it. Should work out fine in the end. Yeah, we might have to clearance a couple of things. Can't see me, but you know what, dude? And this is what Morton's kind of talking about. We can bend the tabs up. I can bend the tab up. I can get the rear cross member level. I'm not worried about any of that. Just as long as everything kind of jives right and the car doesn't look like one side is higher than the other going down the road, I don't care. As long as it tracks straight, I'm good. No one's going to look under there. And heck, even if people did look under there, you wouldn't be able to see it. Where that is the top of the damn trunk pan. Can't hear, huh? Well within tolerance, yep. You have a welder and a grinder, we could fix it. Exactly. I'm not... Morton, I'll be honest. I do try to convince myself sometimes with this stuff because, like, I'm still learning and I'm still trying to wrap my head around, look, you can fix whatever, you know? And that's what I mean about that too far gone thing. Like, it's not going to take, like, it's too far gone, it's not too far gone. That's what I mean about that. In my mind, like, I hear everyone saying, no, don't do this car's sucks, this car's junk, blah, 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 the tolerance is off. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I grew up around maybe I grew up around cynical people. I don't think my parents are like that. Hi, Mom and Dad. I think you guys are great. You know, at least in the car world, you know, you're never going to do this. You're never going to do, people are going to do that. You're not doing it right. You know, like, but the reality of the situation is that, like, you're right. Anything can be fixed. I can fix that. No problem. Dude, we could drill those spot welds. We could, even with it welded in, we could drill the spot welds out. We could drill them out. I could realign the piece and then weld it right back together. And, you know, maybe we do that. But, yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Audio is like putting volume to 200% when you speak a little louder, sadly. Here, I can turn it down just a little bit. There we go. How's that? Is that better? Shouldn't be peaking as much now if I raise my voice. No need though. Spacers are an easy fix. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Cool. 5x5. Excellent. I work in the car world and you wouldn't believe what people do in works. Couchy, I would love to get to the point. I would love to get to a point where, you know, maybe we take this car apart again in the future when I have a bigger shop and a lot more, you know, equipment. Maybe these auto streams take off. Maybe people like them or something. I don't know. And I'd love to go aerospace on this thing and just make sure everything is like dead on straight. Like we're talking like thousandths of an inch tolerance instead of 200, like, well, no, what's a quarter of an inch, right? 250 thou? That'd be cool to do. Like, how that would be an awesome series. Like engineering one of these cars to like F1 tolerance just because frick it, that's cool, right? Like, I think that's neat. I think that scratches the itch, man. But I know, like, I got to tell myself that. That's the other thing, dudes. I come from the computer world. I come from CAD. I come from the Matrix. No, Tron if I had to choose.
Discovery, go and Tron
Captain Flynn, where are you now? No, I come from the world of CAD. CAD is, you can make it perfect. You can make it perfect down to a thousandth of an inch. But making it perfect on the computer is not making it perfect here. Also, this car is 56 years old. 250 thou is kind of the running thing. That's what the manual says. King Kitten, Tier 2, 111-month resub. Thanks, man. And the vice script decided to go poopy doopy on me. There we go. Sweet. Like the audio better before? All right, I'll meet you in the middle. How's that, Tesla Max? Are we good? That does sound cool, but cars don't come out of the factory perfect. That's something I'm really learning, and that's the kind of experience that I'm really after. Now, Couchy, you know where my mind goes, dude? You know where my mind goes? How the hell did SN4 and SN5, how did they even fly? How is that possible? Dude, they welded those things out in a damn field, in the freaking windbreak. How did that even, how did it work? No wonder SN3 and SN4 exploded. Like, bro, they're trying to make rockets out in the field, dude. I got a lot of respect for the early Starship days. That's absolutely insane. How did Starhopper even fly? How is that possible? It didn't change the overall crackling fuzz, but it did become louder. Wait, fuzz? You shouldn't be getting any fuzz. Huh. Yeah, I see it. I see it on the monitor. Huh. That shouldn't be doing that. Oh, hopefully we didn't break these things by sweating into them too much. Material scientist, electron microscopy, STEM stuff. Dude, that's super cool. Like, that just gives me a newfound respect. Like, how do these things not fall apart with these kind of tolerances going down the road? Well, the truth is that's good enough. Can't see me. Some speculate that the Germans lost World War II because of self-imposed tolerance on their war equipment. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. If you have a Fusion 360 account, can I have you as a backup for the files for your project? No worries if not. I don't have a Fusion 360 account, but I have an Autodesk account. Guys, I could take my Maya LT subscription and cancel that and roll it over into a Fusion 360. From some temple, how much for the bits? The little bits, the chat. Sell them to me. Sell me your chat. Jeez, man. 10,000 bits, dude? Come on. Come on, nah. Fusion 360 is best 360. Jeez. Vivitar. Get Vivitar, idiot. Jeez. I would suggest SolidWorks over any Autodesk product. Yeah. Which one is cheaper? Which one's cheaper, man? Okay, we're in. Let's take the levels off. That's really what I wanted to do today, dudes. Like, cool. I am pretty happy. I mean, I still don't like that that one's a little high. Like, it's just, it's the TISM. It's tweaking the TISM. I'm like, "Ugh!" But it's all right. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Honestly, it's looking really good. Thanks, man. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty close. From this angle, it looks like the bucket is holding the whole back end up. Yeah, I was sitting on that when I was sitting on the Harbor Freight bucket when I was doing the welds over here. Because one thing that I'm really learning about welding is that you have to be comfortable when you do it. You really don't want to weld in like a weird position or else, yeah. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Oh man. So after 2 weeks of detour, with the whole right hand leaf spring perch, we're getting back to it, dudes. We just gotta do the extensions now. It's the extensions and the tabs that we gotta do. Cool. I didn't buy tickets to the gun show. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm gonna get something to drink real quick. Tell you kept the guns in the safe. Well, when I'm using them, no. Hey, King, what's up? There's just a little bit too high a gain on your lav mic. I don't know the model, so I don't know how much you can adjust it. If possible, take out 5 decibels on the transmitter and compensate in OBS. Okay. 5 dB? All right, hold on. That's 0.5 right there. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. There's no localized boost on this as far as I can see, but they're Rode wireless. Rode Wireless Go 2. I don't know how you adjust the boost on these things, dude. I don't even know if it's on the base station or something. Let me take a look. Oh, hold on. I found something. Oh. Hold on. Give me one sec. That might be a little bit louder. Hang on. I just had a way to do it. It looks like I can mute from the base. That's kind of cool. Too many buttons. There's only 2. It's low volume now, but it sounds a lot nicer and less harsh. Well, I did what King Kitten said. I adjusted the decibel. It was at, yeah, I did it 5, and that should be nicer. And then if I take this and we put it adjusted in OBS, like what was said, that should be a lot nicer. Right up in there. And let me talk with my voice raised, just to be absolutely sure. And a little bit of peaking. Right there. Nice. I can see in OBS that's a lot nicer. Cool. Thanks, King Kitten. It's almost like you've done this before or something. Give a boost to OBS. More? More. Well, give me water with sugar. More. 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 Ah, is that better? He's wearing an Edgar suit or something. Well, what do you know? Nice. Oh, it's like wearing an Edgar suit or something. Hang on, get Vivitard, idiot. It's a streamer in an EJ suit. It's Strimmer in an EJ suit. All right, so that's burned in. Let's do this now. Ready? Take the, ow. Freaking metal shaving on the ground that my knuckle decided it wanted to be friends with. I'm so glad we fixed the audio issue. You guys gotta tell me if there's an audio issue, damn it. I can't hear it. I have no playback. Does it look like I got headphones on? Let me know, dudes. Let me know. Knock on my door. Knock next time. Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good. Okay. Yeah, as we suspected, that's not really level at all. But whatever. We can fix it. We can fix it. All right, my work is done. Back to lurking. All right, King. Considering mules were integral, what is that, Imperatory? Consider it, no, I like that. Considering mules were an integral part of construction of your battleships and carriers during World War II, space travel seems quite miraculous. Yeah, we done good, didn't we? Can we now talk contrast? Dude, I cannot, this camera, I can't figure out how to screw with that picture for the life of me. We'll just put the other camera in place and we'll just switch to that one. Yep. That's what I thought. It's not the contrast, you just need to lower the exposure. You could do it in OBS. That camera is going into the same HDMI in as a couple of other cameras because of my scene switcher. Floodman, so if I put a contrast filter on it, that contrast filter would be on every camera, and I'm not doing that. I boosted it by 0.5, King Kitten. How's that? 0.5. Any better? But yeah, see? So that, we're not level, but we're not level because of that. It's because of this. That's what I'm talking about. It's too low. And also, it looks like I didn't measure that right. We got a little bit of a tolerance problem there, huh? That might need to be fixed. But yeah, that's not great. Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, also, I got to shut the welder off. We're not burning anything else in, at least not in the immediate. So shut the welder off, close the gas. Okay, gas is closed. We're all good. What's up? Is there space news tonight? Supersonic, I actually did space news early because of the BOLE test and the Rocket Lab thing. We did like a 3-hour block of space news. I just started it at like 1:30. And yeah. Gotcha, thanks. Yep. Yep, bending time. So what I think we got to do, I'm going to bend this thing up and then I'm going to move back and then bend it this way. We got to put a little step notch in there. Let me get my metal bender. Okay, so now I bent that tab up, right? See, we bent it up. What I'm going to do now is with the adjustable, I'm just going to go back just a little bit, move it back, and then there. I didn't like that. Let me just bend her up. Actually, you know what's a better way to do this? Move this back into position now. Well, what do you know? It did it. That's weird. It's the Metal Bender 5000, not an adjustable wrench. Yes, yes, yeah, my mistake. All right, so is that hole lined up? That's pretty damn close. If we look at the rails, we still got to go up just a little bit. We got to get those holes aligned. So let's undo this. Bring that back down. Metal Bender 5000. I have no idea where I got this adjustable wrench, by the way. Okay. What I'm going to do is we're going to keep bending the tabs up until the holes line up. I'm going to keep bending them until that damn hole gets aligned. We're pretty damn close now, right? I keep doing that, and then I'm just going to hammer that tab over. I'm just going to hammer it over. I should probably do that to both sides because the other side is bad too. See? Freaking bugs. See that? We're not aligned. So let's just bring that down there for a second. Just give me some space to get my Metal Bender 5000 in position. Bend this tab up. Just do it slowly. There we go. And now, it's pretty good, man. Looks like we're a little weird left to right, but let's go back over here. Now this is back on the passenger side. And this is where we got to overcome this stupid piece being down like that. Yeah. All right. Well. Yeah, see, there in the level right there, it's showing. If we do that and get the stupid thing aligned where it should have been, look, Look at that. Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? Oh, would you just look? Oh, would you look at this? Cool. So now, you know what we do now? We take the brass hammer and hammer this thing back into position. So now, oh, well, I gotta get the metal bender out of the way. Ready? There we go. Now it's fine. Sweet. Cool. Now we just got to make sure that we're centered, but how are we looking in terms of height relative to the frame rail flanges? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Nope. Piece moved. That clamp wasn't secure enough. Quick, to the metal bender. Okay, get the brass hammer. Dang it, metal bender 5000, get out of the way. All right. Now, once again, the misalignment of the piece on the right is that leaf spring perch is annoying, but if we do that, yeah, there we go. Sick. It's pretty sick, Chubbs. Cool. That's good. Yeah, that guy cut me down in my prime, but I tore one of that bastard's eyes out. Bolt hole alignment should indicate center, more or less. I'm gonna double check the measurement, can't see me because that right leaf spring perch, somebody welded that back flange in kind of crooked, so. Yep. Yeah. Man, this has been one of the most pivotal purchases of this project. The brass hammer, that funky whammer. Oh, well, looking at the camera. 2. Not bad. BOLE might have lost a nozzle, but it overperformed. Might have lost a nozzle? Overperformed? Doop, whoop, doop, doop. How about the front cross member? What do you mean front cross member? Oh, dude, I forgot all about that. Here, brass hammer, you sit there. Ship 36 might have exploded. No. Guys, the way that I know Vulcan, the way he's saying that is, well, the nozzle may have came off, but it did overperform. That's what he's trying to say. He's not saying, well, it might have exploded, but it overperformed. No. That's, well, yeah, I know it exploded. I know that guy. I know Derek Newsom. He's a good buddy of mine. They abused the eBay turbo. Dude, that whole aft section was not happy. The back of that booster was riding the struggle bus, man. It overperformed a lot into the mountainside. Yeah. That's what you were going for, Creeper? Right on. Yeah, no. It overperformed right up over onto the mountain up there. Maybe a little bit over there, maybe a little bit over there, you know. Ship 36, you know, overperformed at Massey's, you know, it overperformed. Some of it's in the river over there, some of it's in Mexico, some of it's down over by Highway 4, you know, it overperformed. That's what it did. I like that, Creeper. We're gonna say that. We're gonna say it that way. It was a dynamic expansion ratio on the nozzle. Yeah, that's what it is. You might say the booster had the cuttlefish and asparagus. Yeah. Have I seen Jack's slow-mo yet? No, but I've seen people talking about it. I wanted to get that thing burned in, so. All right, let's see. It was expected to produce 3.97 million at peak thrust, and instead it produced 4. Oh. Yeah, in case you guys are wondering what we're talking about, here, Chris has a good picture of it. Here, take a look. See that part? Did you see that part? That part didn't. That's pieces of the booster flying away. You know, everything was going fine till like right around there. Like, see that part, like right in here, not here or here so much, but like right here. Jeez. So here, let's go over to Mr. Yock Boyer. Mr. Yock and Boyer. Oh! Dude, oh, that's so, that's terrible. Oh my God. Dude. Oh, that's so bad. Oh my goodness. Look, you could see the nozzle. You could see the nozzle just burning away. Oh my God. That's awesome. Dude, those parts are actually chunks of the frickin', wow. Oh my goodness. And then look, you could see it burn through the aluminum. Look at that. Holy cow, that's wild. It just, dude, you see it just ablate away. It's like it's not even there. It's like it's tearing through paper. Dude, that's cool. That's cool. Is that bad? Is that bad if I think that's really neat? Yeah, it definitely looks like pieces of nozzle over here. And that, see these thick pieces? That definitely looks like the nozzle. It looks like an ablator heat shield. Holy balls, dude. All right, I gotta retweet that. Wow. What should I say? What should I say? Wow, that's violent. Damn. So no Block 2 boosters anytime soon then? When's the first Block 2 SLS flying? They got time. I'm not worried. Really, I ain't worried. Brass hammer, that funky whammer. Oh, Ernock, that's good. That's good. Here. Well, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand. No? You want me to just put no? I'll just put no. That's fine. No. You want me to post it? I'll do it. Do the Owen Wilson. Wow. Is it wrong if I think that this is cool? Now, here. This footage is of the nozzle coming apart is amazing. How's that? Actually, not this footage. How about at Jack Boyer? Jack Boyer's footage of the DM1 booster nozzle coming apart is amazing. Now let's be classy with this tweet. That's a lot of damage. All right. Fine. That's a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage. How about a little more? Did you see fire burning through the bolts? Dude, it's crazy, X-Wing. That footage is insane, man. It'll buff out. All right, we'll do a combo. We'll do a combo. It's a lot of damage. It'll buff out. Flex Seal won't save the nozzle. That footage is insane, dude. There's a Visine for that. Oy vey. You know what? Let's just keep it at that's a lot of damage. Yeah. I'm gonna roll that. Short and sweet. That's a lot of damage. We'll just keep it at that. There we go. Be sure to retweet it and like the I don't give a frick. I don't care. That's a lot of damage. How about a little more? That's a lot of vagina. Wasn't her name a lot of vagina? I think it's Hungarian. And then there was that Russian chick, Ivana Humpalot. Right? Every Army vet who lived through a deployment, it'll buff out. It's fine, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Look, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the rear cross member. Isn't that cool? Look at this. This is great. We just really got to get the frame rail. Man, I can't believe I got that far off, dude. Jeez. Huh. Front cross member? Oh, yeah, that's what we were doing. This thing. This thing lives right. Yeah. Should we burn? We could probably burn that in today, dudes. I want to be unconscious now, sorry. Let's go then. All right, fine. Jeez, damn. I got to drill holes in the thing. There's little notches in the frame to show where this thing needs to live. There. That's basically where it needs to go. Is the cross member supposed to be level with the frame rails? What do you mean, Couchy? So, okay, just so we get our cross member nomenclature correctly. This is the trunk pan cross member. That's what this thing is called. This one back here, the one that we've been fiddling around with, this is called the rear cross member. Rear cross member, trunk cross member, shock mount cross member. These three are what kind of triangulate everything back here. Make sense? If you set the rail roll angle, the front cross should help hold that level. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Man, I'm getting, that's cool, man. I'm pretty happy. I'm getting to that point where like we did a thing, and now I'm pretty happy that we did a thing. Nice work. It looks great. Thanks. Nice work. It looks like it's coming together. Thank you. Nice ninja cutting there. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, just... Yeah. Nah, I ain't feeding the trolls no more, dude. I ain't feeding the trolls no more. They can sit in timeout or fuck off or do whatever they want. I'm going to sit here and keep building my car. All right. Excellent. Sweet. Oh, swear jar. That's right. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, swear jar. I got to gift a sub anytime I do that.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
There we go. There we go. I did it. This is a big day. You now have 2 brand new spring perches. Yeah, man. Certainly better than where we started. We still have to do those frame rail extensions, but you know, yeah. Well, it doesn't look like we're that far off, dude. Remember, we got to drill the holes down there too, but so here's what we'll do. If we're gonna burn in the cross member here, I'm gonna get my big level. I'm gonna put the big level right there. Cool. There we go. Got you live on a 32-inch TCL. All right. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure that this thing is centered. Center. I'm checking for alignment. You do a 10 piece across the top to maintain orientation. Well, article, if you look at the lower left corner of the screen, I have a brace. We've had a brace this entire time right there. I'm sorry, I'm not giving commentary. I'm just trying to think. Trying to think on how to do this right. I mean, we can burn that thing in. I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, cool. I got to drill the holes and everything. I'm just making sure we're aligned, and I'm making sure what I'm doing is I'm making sure that we don't. I'm making sure that, you know, if we burn in the trunk cross member, right, that I can still have adjustment, because there is some adjustment that needs to be done on the back because of that bent panel at the back of the leaf spring perch. So give me 1 second. So EJ, the new Motor Trend show is coming along. Oh, nice. Thanks. Cool, man. Yeah. I don't know, dudes. Do you think it might be better to just get everything squared away on the back end of the car, get it nice and straight, and then burn that thing in last? I don't know. Thanks, Couchy. I appreciate it, man. Does that count as a sub? No, Scotty, it does not. That wasn't on stream. Yeah, I don't, that's what I'm thinking. This is a good idea, but I don't want to do that part yet. I want to get everything squared away out back, because article, you were talking about like frame rail roll, right? I don't want, yeah, I got to make sure that that's perfect before we burn this piece in. I don't want this piece holding the frame rails in a, like, bent, because we clearly have some clearancing problems right here. Like, this thing is just pissing me off. Oh, who's here?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
You got nothing. I found 2 dresses.
Nice. How's that done?
I'm always like, man, go somewhere other than TJ Maxx to buy clothes. And then I try that and I don't find anything. And then I go to TJ Maxx and I find 2 things. And it's like, then why do I ever bother not going to TJ Maxx?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Titan?
Titan!
Titan! Babas? Come here. Hello. Hello, my boy. How you doing? How you doing, Babas? Wait. There we go. Look, it's the Titan missile. Titan, come here. He's like, nah.
No, I'm good.
He wants to go back outside.
Yeah. What are you doing in here?
I'm just making sure that the rear suspension is good.
All right. You have dinner inside.
I know. It was a weird schedule because Northrop Grumman put their booster out on the test stand this afternoon and it blew up.
Oh.
So yeah, it's been a weird day.
Things need to stop blowing up.
No, that's good. That's fun. It's fun when that happens. Here.
What was that? Wait.
I don't know. That was just on my timeline here. So see that's not great. But wait, there's more. You know, it's chugging along, chugging along, but you see that part right?
Yeah,
like
that's not supposed to happen.
like right there.
Ooh.
Like right there.
Ooh.
Yeah, see that part's bad.
Ooh.
See how there's pieces of nozzle just flying around all over there? Yeah, that's not great.
That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's not supposed to do that.
Titan's Forever Home anniversary last. Yeah. What did we do for his? He went to a car show and it was too hot for the car show.
Yep.
That's what we did with Titan for his gotcha day. Actually, the rescue emailed me and was like, "Hey, did you know it's your gotcha day? Send us a picture." And I was like,
Really?
No. Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah, it was, because that's when we got him like a day after the Excellent Adventure.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
June 22nd, 2024.
Wow. Great angle from Jack, though. Oh, Scotty was sweet, man. Yeah.
All right. Well, the dog wants to leave, so I
Titan.
guess we're leaving.
Tato.
Got more makeup today.
Nice. Titan.
Titan, come here, buddy.
Titan. Come here, Bubba's. Hello. Hello, my dear. Here's the bear. Bear.
Did you tell them where we're going, or are you?
No.
Okay.
I said we're going to a destination wedding.
Okay. Well, now I can wear all the makeup I want at the destination wedding, because it's been 5 years anyway.
Since what?
Since the last time I bought makeup.
Jesus, lady. Does it have a shelf life? Like.
It does. Do people believe it? Yeah. Because it goes on your face, like you should technically care, but like I've been using the same eyeliner or eyeshadow since college, so.
You got your money's worth. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about. I'm asking because I gotta.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta use. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. What time is it? 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, almost.
Cool. Cool beans. Yeah, I got. Just gotta. A lot of this is just, sometimes you got to modify the puzzle piece to get the puzzle piece to fit. That's all.
Yep.
Just a lot of time, a lot of levels, a lot of just making sure everything's right.
I mean, usually puzzle pieces go together like famously well, so I don't know if that's the best metaphor for you to use.
Car puzzle pieces are different.
Thank you, Magellan. I always feel like a biker chick, like a hip, cool biker chick, but I am the opposite of a hip, cool biker chick. So, what are you looking like that about? In case you didn't know, Chad, I am not a hip, cool biker chick.
You're cooler than a biker chick.
Hi, Chad. All right. He is being a very good boy all the way over there.
Titan.
It's kind of, I don't understand, Titan.
Up. Wait. Oh, he's gonna pull. He saw something. Now he's outside.
Titan. Hey.
The garage door's cracked. He went out and under, and now he's out running around in the yard. So that's good. He very much went squirrel. What are you doing? Open the garage door? Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Just careful, watch it.
That's the opposite, thank you. Stay out.
Okay. Screw it, temp it in then. Yeah. It's 86 and humid in Indiana. What's it like there? It's 62 and cloudy with 40% humidity maybe. What is that unfamiliar truck outside? The Dodge? Donor truck. So that's an '04 Dodge Ram. I got it for nothing because it's junk, it's rusty. Doesn't look too bad from the outside, but it won't pass inspection. My neighbor was getting rid of it. He was like, I was just talking with him. We were talking over, having some beers. And no, this is my other neighbor, right? And his name's Charlie. He's been on stream before. He was going to scrap it. He was just like, I'm just going to get scrapped for it. I'm like, yo, I kind of said it offhand, guys. I was like, yo, let me get the engine for the truck. And he's like, all right. And I gave him a little something for it. And now the truck is in my yard instead of in his yard. So that 5.7 Hemi is eventually it's going to find its way into this. So this thing will have a Hemi in it. I thought that would be a cool build. And since I got that for basically nothing, it did not affect the overall budget of this vehicle. Let me put it that way. It's gonna, yeah, we're gonna put it in the car. You Americans have the space for big cars. Jealous. Yeah, I have a lot of pretty large automobiles on my property, and yeah, it's nice. And I live in a population dense area too, which is pretty cool. We got a lot of space out here, Couchy. It's pretty sweet. That's why we have big cars, because everything is so spread out. All right. Cool. All right, we burned that damn perch in. I'm pretty happy, but we have to really mess with alignment. That tab being down like that is really pissing me off, because it's throwing the whole rear cross member out of whack. Whatever, let's just, yeah, we'll keep going. And it looks like we need to like look at the top of the frame rail right here. And look at this. This should be just underneath that. And there's like a 1/4 inch there. That needs to be up. It needs to be up like this. See how far off we are because this piece is all bent? But I'm worried that if we do this, we're going to throw all this out of whack. That stupid piece being like that is really, really screwing me up. I might need to wait until after vacation to fix it, which kind of blows, but let me just check another thing here real quick. Yeah, that's level. Interesting. So despite that stupid thing being all out of whack, she's still level, which is good. All right. Well, let's fiddle with this more then. Let me get my Metal Bender 5000 back. And we gotta do more fiddling. I'm gonna bend that tab basically all the way up. And we're gonna, oh, that's better. I'm trying to undo the other tab. There we go. See that? That's because everything is low. The other hole lines up pretty much perfect. Yeah, that one, not so much. How the heck do we fix this? All right, I need to see how this bracket goes together. Okay, down under here. Okay, so I can't believe this thing is actually that bent. Like, out of all the things, man, it could have been the right side flange. I mean, somebody must have made this part on a Friday or something and wanted to go home. All right, Couchy. See you, buddy. The other thing is my frame rail extension, the one that we did originally, could be bad. I don't know, dudes. I'm just, yeah, I don't want to do something that I might have to undo later. That's all. Yeah, see, like the other leaf spring perch, you can get that thing to line up perfect. Like that one is spot on. And just this one just doesn't want to. It's close. It's damn close, actually. Yeah? Okay. Make the adjustment there. Yeah, and see this leaf spring is, I mean, not this leaf spring, this frame rail is kind of pitching that way a little bit. That's probably from me just bending it and leaning on it and stuff. If we just clamp that up like that, that gets that level, that gets that level. But see, there's a tab underneath here, right? The tab underneath there needs to line up with the damn frame rail because there needs to be a captive bolt right there. And that's, I mean, maybe we put the bolt in with the captive nut, tighten it down, and that'll zap that, that'll zap that into place. That's where it needs to be, right there. It just needs to be up just a little bit. And see, when I move this up, if you watch the level, I don't know if you guys can see it, the whole thing, this whole thing wants to bend true. Or I could just kind of give it a little staminky right there and, I mean, I have a bumper bolt. Let me check something. Actually, I have two bumper bolts. So these are the original bumper bolts. I actually did get some of them off. I think we might be okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. Cool thing is that that's the original captive nut. See how it has that little bevel on the end where it's designed to go into a hole and be welded into position, which is pretty cool. I don't know if we should reuse that. Probably not. But, you know, it's cool that we could. Use WD-40 in a steel brush, yeah. The last few days in the oppressive heat, my guys physically couldn't work anymore, and I understood because I was mush-brained myself. Even the simplest tasks weren't computing, not even on a Friday. Yeah, C-Mac, bro, I was out here in the shop yesterday. I made it 3 hours before I was just like, you know, like, yeah, I just couldn't do it. Always on level. What's up, GG? Yeah, man. She's looking sharp. Keep it up. Thanks, Sleepy. Thanks, guys. You know, I know this all has the tolerances in it and everything, and I just really want it to be right. I think we're pretty good. We're close. Like, it's only so close. We're only going to get so close, you know, with this, but yeah, all right. The frame rail extension there, the one that I did, the original one, is too short. But that's what I get for measuring against something that's rusty. You know, that's my fault. That's my own problem. All right. You guys want to switch over to some after hours? What do we want to play? I don't even know. MSC, you guys want more summer car? We can do that. Sure. Double summer car special, complete with booster explosions. MSC. My, summer. Car. All right. So, what are the next steps here? What are our next steps with this? We need to, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do, dudes. We'll get it, though. Let's think. What do we want to do? And how are we going to do it? So, we could work on this tomorrow, if you guys want. We'll work on it tomorrow morning. What I've been trying to do is get in here a little bit earlier and do more VODs. Get more VOD hours, because you guys got to remember, I am taking next week off. I'm going to be gone from Saturday the 28th till the 6th or 7th of July. So that's Monday the 7th. I'm going to be on vacation. I always take the first week in July off. I just need a week away from the computer. That's my detox. That and Christmas. Those are the two ones. I usually take Christmas and New Year's off. And then, so basically every 6 months I take a week off. That's streaming life, baby. Speaking of MSC, I tried to put the dash in and the windshield exploded. Yeah, make sure you get the part lined up as best as you can with where it should be, and then get the check mark, or else that happens. Do reruns next week to help keep numbers up. That just seems meh. So, all right. We can work on this again tomorrow. Like I said, it's taking a week off. We really got to get more fitment done with the cross member. I got to get that right. We got to do the extensions. Finally, that was like one of the first things I wanted to do, and we ended up doing everything else but those things. I'm not sure what we're going to do about the other frame rail extension, dudes. I'm short. Like, we are short a little bit. And I'm not, what's really getting me is that I'm not sure if it's because of the leaf spring perch being bent or if my rails just aren't good. That's kind of what's holding me up right now. And I kind of hit the end of the, we hit later in the day, and I'm just like, the schedule today was all weird. But we are adding parts to the car. We're adding parts back slowly. Eventually, I'll be able to cut out my bracing. That would be pretty sweet. But yeah, the more I think about it, yeah, just replacing the frame rails would have been a good idea. That would have been the smart thing to do. But that's okay. It's all right. We'll get it done. Yeah, so we just got to check fitment on the rear cross member, get the rear frame rail figured out, the rear frame rail extensions figured out, get that all, hopefully, if we have enough time, get that all lined up, get everything copacetic in there, and then we burn the rear cross member in, dude. Planning to watch the AX4 coverage next week since I fell asleep. Right on. Right on. But yeah, there you go, man. She's starting to look like a car again. Yeah, we'll work on this. Guys, like, tomorrow let's crunch time it. Because tomorrow's the last day before vacation for me. We're gonna go play summer car and stuff. But, yeah, if I can get the frame rail extensions done with the tabs, even if we have to cut it off and redo the stupid thing, on both sides, get that burned in, get the rear cross member straight, and then get the trunk cross member straight and burned in tomorrow, I'll consider that a W. That is our goal. How long do you guys think that's going to take? That's a lot of measuring. I think I should be here early. Hey, Ewok. Tomorrow, by the way, today I am on a funeral from your grandma, father's side in the Netherlands, so I'm very glad to see you back later. Yeah, there you go. 9 hours, jeez. Well, if it's 9 hours, I got flame trench at 4, which means, yeah. How about 9 o'clock? She passed at age 88. Well, God rest her soul, Bloodman. No, 88, she made it up there. That's cool. Good for her. I think I'll be in here, probably be in here at 9. Is Flame Trench an hour early tomorrow? Is it? I don't think it is. Why would it be? Well, no, not at, oh, sorry, David, I misspoke. I said at 4. 4 is really when I have to start getting ready. That's when I have to start, like, winding down and talking to you guys and telling you what I'm doing, like this. This is the wind down. Yeah. Is there racing tomorrow? I do believe we're racing Watkins Glen. Yeah, Blue Man, it's good to have you here, bud. Bedankt is how you'd say it, I believe. I went to the Netherlands once. It's nice. Amsterdam was beautiful. It's a great city. Fun times. Bedankt is correct. Yes. Yeah, there were lots of bikes. And don't stand in a bike lane. You'll get run over. It's like standing in traffic. Actually, your mother's German and your father's from the Netherlands. Danke schön, mein Freund. Sounds like I need a Yinzer? Probably, yeah. All right. 9, 10 o'clock, dudes. We got to go crunch mode. I want that done. I want the frame rails and the cross members done. So that means when I come back in July, we burn the trunk in. So from, once das war Korn, mein Freund. Du hast heute großartige Erfahrung sammeln können. You lost me, man. I don't speak that much German. Must be quitting time. Home Planet, I'm going to play summer car here. So no, it's not quitting time for the stream at all. You made some really good progress today. I mean, bedankt, danke, thank you. Yeah. Dude, if I can get all that stuff done, frame rail extensions, tabs and get everything nice and aligned, get the trunk pan cross member in, get the rear cross member in. If we can get all that in, guys, like the frame rail extensions and tabs are the last parts we have to fabricate. Every other part is just ready to go, sitting on the ground right there. I have gas tank straps, spare tire, bumper brackets, cross member extensions, bumper mount. Dude, oh man, if we get that far, then it's on to, I'm probably gonna need a week to make sure we burn the trunk pan in correctly. And then, dude, once we get the trunk pan burned in correctly, then the extensions right after that. Once the extensions are in, I'll order the quarter panels for this thing. We'll get we'll get coupe quarter panels for it, replace those. Yeah, man. This will be pretty good. Yeah, once we get quarters for this thing, then we can actually start working on the rear valance, which needs some help. I got to make a couple parts for that. But for the most part, from here on out, guys, it's just buying the part that we need and replacing it, except with the exception of the exception of this right here. But yeah, good progress. We're going to need to make a lot of progress on this in July into August. Got to make a lot of progress. I need, I'm thinking the 3 weeks in July when I get back, dudes, car in the morning, early hours game, space news, and then after hours after that. So I'm thinking car, KSP, space news, and then after hours games for pretty much all of July. Would you guys be interested in partaking in something like that? If you leave, I'll sneak in and put in the pan. Good. I want to hit it hard, man. We got the Kerbal bug. I got the Kerbal bug back. Thank God. Took me freaking long enough. I've been trying to lock back in on KSP for for like years. Biden to IRL, MSC, and Space News. Good. Good. And maybe we do we'll play like Counter-Strike for after hours. Basically, yeah, I want to hit it hard when I come back from vacation. I'm already kind of getting back into the groove, dude. It was gone for many of us. Yeah, I tried to lock back into it, dude. I tried to get back into it 3 or 4 times. Just didn't work. I thought the Starliner capsule would have done it. I just still didn't want to play. But this post-Saturn vehicle that we're working on is pretty cool. I do like it. And it'd be fun to run a space program with it, I think. You know? Once the back was healed, the vibe jumped. Yeah. Highly great to watch while I work at home. Martin, I do not care if I'm your background music. If I'm your background noise, that's totally fine. I don't care. I am... it's very humbling that you chose, out of all the things on the internet, you chose to have me as your background noise, man. It's pretty high praise. I have to go back and study the first episodes of the Prometheus. Yeah, yep. Built a gateway yet? Nah, I haven't. Okay, so if we can get all that stuff burned in tomorrow, everything aligned and burned in when I have a fresh mind at this, and I don't think there's any launches tomorrow. Yeah, we'll work on the car all the way till Flame Trench. Yeah, and then Flame Trench and then racing. Tomorrow should be a pretty good day. I work from home and I wait for Twitch to go live every day. Thanks, Magellan. Thanks, man. Have a good week off. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support, guys. It means a lot. Thank you very much. I know kind of the way I do these things are kind of weird and unorthodox, but that's because I don't know any better and we're learning. But yeah, from here on out, dudes, oh baby, this is going to be, this will come together very quickly. I want this whole back done by the end of July. I want all of it done. I want the new trunk pan in, extensions, quarters. I want, basically, by the end of July, dudes, I need the car from about here back to basically be a completed shell. I think that's doable. I think it's totally doable. Chill dude, literally. Yeah, see? See, I'm a chill guy, right? If I don't see you before then, happy birthday. Yeah, Ewok, I'll be here. Once again, I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll start Summer Car at the top of the hour at 8. So that's 32 minutes from now. So look at your clock, at 32 minutes. That's when I'll be back. I'm going to go wash up. I'm going to go take a shower. Then, yeah, we'll do Summer Car for some after hours action. Should be fun. I want the back end of this done by the end of July, dude. Yeah. I want it done. And then August, we work on the pans and stuff. And then by the end of August, you know, the pans, the rockers and stuff. Yeah. Should be good. I want to be driving this car in September. I want to get one drive in on this thing before winter, you know? We got work to do, but we can do it. Remember, we got a running motor and a working transmission. The drive shaft is fine. The rear end is gutless, but it's there, you know? We need to rehook up the rear brakes. I got no rear brakes. It's great for doing burnouts, though. Yeah. We're going to spend a lot of time right here. That's going to suck to fix, but... Oh, that actually reminds me. Let me get my phone and take progress pictures. I got to be on this, dude, because I want to make an album of this. Cool. All right. Okay, dudes. I'll be back in about 30. I'll see you for Summer Car. YouTube, you know the drill. Gonna be about a little bit of, I don't know, 20, 30 minute loss of signal. My Summer Car stream should be back up. My Summer Car is basically doing this in a video game. It's pretty fun. Jack replied to me and said it'll buff out on X. That's pretty funny, man. All right. Jog the VOD. All right, I'll be right back. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.